Okay, we're going to convene the Committee on Finance for our informational briefings. To continue our informational briefings, today we have the Department of Education. Welcome, Superintendent.
Thank you very much. Aloha Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Takenouchi, and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to present the department's budget request for the upcoming fiscal biennium. Joining me today are Board of Education Chair Roy Takumi, Deputy Superintendents Heidi Armstrong for academics, Tammy Oarimari Chan for strategy and administration, and Dean Uchida for operations. Our team of assistant superintendents also here. Our core mission at the Department of Education is education. We develop the academic achievement, character development, and social-emotional well-being of our students. We are deeply committed to working alongside our families, communities, and partners to ensure that every student can achieve their aspirations from early learning to post-secondary education and citizenship. This mission is at the heart of every decision we make and is the foundation of our budget proposal today. To give you a sense of our scale and scope, we serve over 152,000 students across 258 public schools. Our students come from diverse backgrounds. Nearly 54% of our students have significant challenges, including being economically disadvantaged, requiring special education services, or English language learners. To carry out our responsibilities, we have over 42,000 employees, including nearly 13,000 teachers. This makes us one of the largest employers and service providers in the state, and the quality of our services have a direct impact on the well-being and future success of our state. Under our 2023 to 29 strategic plan, we're working towards implementing strategies to ensure our graduates are globally competitive and locally committed. Our goal is for every student to graduate on time and be prepared so that they can choose to attend college, enter the workforce, or join the military. It's important for our students to be prepared so they can be successful anywhere in the world, but we really want our students to remain connected to their communities and choose to stay here in Hawaii. Our budget request aligns with those goals, ensuring that our public schools receive the predictable and reliable resources to support successful student outcomes. Next, I'd like to highlight the long-term progress we've made in student achievement. The National Assessment of Educational Progress is considered the nation's report card. Hawaii's performance on this national benchmark has shown steady growth over the last 2 decades in key areas like 4th grade reading and 8th grade mathematics. This growth demonstrates that targeted interventions and investments can yield meaningful results. This slide shows how our 4th graders have improved over the last 20 years in reading on the NAEP in comparison to the rest of the country. The shaded graph at the bottom of the slide shows where we were back in 2003. Hawaii is the orange bar. The yellow bar is the national average for public schools. The top graph shows our ranking in 2022, the most recent results that are publicly available. Our reading scores have surpassed the national average and now rank in the top 10 states. On this slide, you can see our 8th grade math scores on the NAEP over the last 20 years. Again, the bottom graph shows where we ranked nationally back in 2003. The yellow bar is a national average for public schools. The top graph shows our ranking in 2022, the most recent results that are publicly available, and our math scores have improved over time, but we're still below the national average. Our NAEP gains underscore the importance of sustained funding. To continue improving, we need to address persistent challenges, such as learning loss caused by the pandemic and resource gaps in our underserved communities. Mathematics and middle school are 2 areas of focus reflected amongst the strategic initiatives in our budget request. Attendance is another focus area. The pandemic created unprecedented challenges for our students. One stark example is attendance. Our students need to be in school on time, all day, every day. Before the pandemic, approximately 86% of students attended school regularly. In the wake of COVID, that number dropped to 66%. We are implementing targeted strategies and are seeing improvements, but we're still not back to pre-pandemic levels and need to invest more. On the next slide, you'll see why this is such an important area. Inconsistent attendance has profound implications for academic success, social development, and long-term outcomes. Regular attendance is defined as students attending 90% of instructional days in a school year. On this slide, you can see the difference in outcomes between students who attend school regularly and those who do not, starting with on-time graduation on the left, followed by language arts proficiency, math proficiency, and science proficiency. Addressing this issue is a top priority, and our budget request includes resources to help our schools expand programs designed to re-engage our students and support their academic and emotional recovery. In developing this budget, we sought to balance fiscal responsibility with the urgent needs of our schools and students. This proposal is built around three core principles. First, alignment with our strategic plan, ensuring our investments directly contribute to student success. Second, balance, recognizing the fiscal constraints shared by lawmakers and state agencies alike. And third, reliability, providing schools with consistent resources they need to plan effectively and support students. This biennium presents both challenges and opportunities, from addressing inflationary pressures to supporting our workforce and overcoming the lasting impacts of the pandemic. Through this budget, we aim to ensure that every student in Hawaii has the opportunity to succeed. I'd like to turn things over to Assistant Superintendent and Chief Financial Officer Brian Hallett to go over our budget requests and items requested by the committees. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Chair. Good afternoon, good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Happy New Year, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'll be going over the next few slides that continue to cover the topics that you asked us to present on today, and the next topic is federal funds. So slide 11, major recurring grants. Although much less than legislatively appropriated state general funds, federal funds have and continue to play an important role in public education, making up approximately 11% of the department's fiscal year 25 appropriation. This chart shows the national level funding for major federal education grants and is in millions of dollars. Each row in this table represents a unique grant. The fourth column reflects the actual federal fiscal year 25 appropriation, which is the appropriation that provides the funding that we're receiving this year, fiscal year 25. The next two columns, the last two columns, show the latest information we have available from FFIS, or the Federal Funds Information for the States, on proposals for the federal fiscal year 25 appropriation. With the prior Congress's Republican-controlled House proposals from September in the first column, and the next column being the Democratic-controlled Senate proposals. For now, this is the clearest indication we have of where federal funds may be headed for with the House draft of the budget. From this chart, we can get a sense of the potential threat to predictable and reliable funding from cuts to support the core educational programs in the House draft of the budget. So we will need to continue to monitor this and for the fiscal year 25 appropriations and hope for the opportunity to provide updates to this committee as new information becomes available. Next slide, non-general funds. As instructed, we've included in the presentation links to the department's annually produced non-general fund reports. These reports provide information on each of the non-general funding sources, including actual and projected revenues and expenditures, measures of effectiveness, and the appropriated and planned characters of expenditures. Next is our budget requests. So the budget development approach. The department, we began our work on this biennium budget proposal in April of 2024. To come up with the biennium budget proposal before you, a budget review group was established in response to calls from policymakers for the department to look within its existing resources to fund new work where possible. This review group went through a rigorous process to review with each office, for example, IT, facilities, fiscal, talent management, and through a very deliberative process developed recommendations that were ultimately presented to the department's executive leadership team and to Superintendent Hayashi for consideration. This flat budget proposal before you was developed to, as mentioned earlier, align with our strategic plan goals work within fiscal constraints as communicated by lawmakers in the Department of Budget and Finance instructions, to provide schools with predictable and reliable support, and it also recognizes projected enrollment decline. So, next slide, slide 16, challenges for fiscal year 25 and beyond. We do have several challenges, the first one being our non-recurring funding for recurring needs. Due to this, it's basically a fiscal funding cliff we have for next year, with our base budget being nearly $100 million less in state funds compared to the current fiscal year. Second, we continue to see high inflation in areas such as utilities, athletic transportation, teacher sabbatical costs. Third, we have lingering pandemic impacts that nationally we see are taking more time to overcome than initially anticipated. Fourth, like all state departments, we have the challenge of recruitment and retention of a high-quality workforce. And fifth, we have the uncertainty regarding what type of federal partnership we can count on moving forward in the years to come. Slide 17. This is really our what we're talking about when we say our flat budget request. So this bar chart provides perspective on the department's current fiscal year 25 general fund appropriation in the first column, or the first bar, and fiscal year 26 and 27 requests. This chart excludes collective bargaining, previously approved collective bargaining, which is normally folded into the budget. We'll see that in a later table, later slide. The first bar shows the department's fiscal year 25 general fund operating budget appropriation of $2.2 billion in blue. The second and third bars show the 26 and 27 base appropriations in blue of $2.08 billion, plus the executive request of $89 million in the first year, $87.7 million in the second year. So from this chart, you can see that when the executive request is factored in and we exclude collective bargaining, we actually have a lower budget than the current fiscal year 25 in our proposal. And this is what we've been referring to as our flat budget proposal. Next slide, 18. This table just details out the proposed changes in FY26 by EDN described in the previous chart, but this chart shows the collective bargaining as well, the previously approved collective bargaining being folded in. And slide 19, similar just for FY27, same chart. Slide 20. Well, the prior chart broke down the budget by EDNs. This slide breaks down our budget by request categories. From this table, we can see that from the first row, that our single largest category by far is what we're calling the non-recurring appropriation reappraisals, or the seeking of continued funding provided for in the next 2 years for what we have in the current fiscal year.
The department's
Go ahead.
The department's CIP request is significant because we manage over 21.5 million square feet of facilities across 266 sites statewide. Our prior approaches to the implementation of the department's CIP have not been effective in managing our school facilities and meeting the needs of our students across all islands. This is why we need to return to a risk-based and proactive approach to address the facilities and infrastructure needs. Much of our CIP budget is organized into 11 categories or lump sum buckets, as seen on this slide. For each bucket, we have developed a prioritized list of school projects that we believe is an efficient and manageable categorization of our department's necessary facility and infrastructure improvement needs for all schools statewide. It is important that we have the flexibility that is provided by appropriating funding in lump sum buckets, as it gives us the ability to manage and execute more projects more efficiently and in order of needs within each of the respective buckets. We understand that for some, this is a change in the management and implementation of the department's operations. We have continued the education and communication with our complex area superintendents and principals as we move forward to realign management and operations of the CIP and repair and maintenance program. We have also begun to reach out to our legislative leadership and others to help familiarize our partners on the changes. The department has reevaluated and will continue to reassess the CIP and deferred maintenance priorities with an updated perspective and is in the process of refining its prioritization process to distinguish between necessities and wants. This CIP request is the department's first step towards a more fiscal responsible, targeted, and sustainable strategy to address the basic infrastructure needs of an evolving and dynamic public education system. We're humbly asking for and need support for this approach to best serve our students and staff. The next slide delineates the capital improvement program request in millions. And the next slide is a continuation of that. On slide 24, this slide shows our board-approved CIP request and what the governor has included in his budget. We ask for your support of the department's request, both the strategic lump sum approach and the amount to meet the needs of our students statewide. In closing, our budget request reflects the department's commitment to improving student outcomes and addressing the needs of our schools and communities. Over the years, we have seen progress in key areas from academic achievement to initiatives that foster equity and opportunity for all students. These gains demonstrate the thoughtful investments in public education and yield meaningful results. We are confident that with your continued support, we can build on this momentum and ensure every student in Hawaii has access to the high-quality education that they deserve. Thank you for your time and attention today. My team and I stand ready to answer any questions and look forward to continuing our work together to strengthen public education in our state. Mahalo.
Thank you, Superintendent. Okay, members, we'll open up the questions. There more, Kawa?
Thank you. I was going to wait for some other members to ask questions first. But thank you, Superintendent, for being here. I'm hearing the message that you want funding into buckets where you can control whatever CIP projects may be coming up. So does that mean that if the legislature wants a certain project that it's not something in your bucket list, what will happen to something like that?
Thank you very much for the question, Representative Moricall. We have, I asked also, the process that we've going back to that was successful for us in the past includes a prioritized list that connects both the state office and the schools and the complexes. So those buckets or those lump sum pots are prioritized within each of the respective buckets. And we're also working with the complex area superintendents and the principals in each of the schools for them to take a look at the prioritized list that facilities gives to them. And then if there are perhaps needs that school level and those on the ground feel that should be readjusted, then I think it's really important that our state office and our schools, through the complex area superintendents, have that communication going on. And I think that might have been lacking in the past for us within the DOE, that that communication wasn't there. So it is really important for us to connect. To your question about, as legislators feel that there may be additional projects, and I know legislators work really closely with the schools too, with the school principals. So I think it's a combination of our legislative support together with our school principals and our complex area superintendents, working together with our state office, and that prioritized list. There are a number of projects that we need that are dire across those lump sums that really need to be taken care of in that priority order for us to get back to a place that we were so that we can proactively execute. So that's what this process is attempting to do.
And I guess that means that you will be working closely with the legislator.
Yes, so definitely. I think the legislators are definitely important. We look forward to working together with you to work towards this, fulfill this process. It is something new, but But your voice is definitely important, together with the school principal, with the complex area superintendents, and for us to look how we can prioritize statewide where our needs are. And there are significant needs throughout our facilities.
Okay, Chair, I have a couple more questions. Now, as far as designation of property, jurisdiction, county versus state, I know on Kauai there are some campuses that have school activities that occur on county lands. Are you guys gonna do anything to resolve that issue? Because I think for funding, it's hard for us to try to get funding if it belongs, the activity occurs on county property. You know what I'm saying? I think recently, maybe a few years ago, the county especially stepped in and said, this is our property, or this is your property, so we will no longer maintain it. And I'm referring more to the Wilcox School, where the tennis court that has been maintained by the county forever, that I know of, is suddenly become part of the school property. So to do improvements on that facility, it needs to go through the school now.
If you want to respond, if not, Representative Morikawa, we can definitely get more information on that and get back to you specifically to Wilcox
Yeah,
Elementary.
you can get back to me, but I'm just wondering, if there's any other campuses that might have that problem, if you guys are gonna try to resolve that.
If I may. So that's definitely a great question. What I think you're talking about is the transfer of county lands, where before the state coexisted, the state school facilities existed on the county lands, and then under Act 307, it transferred everything to us. So yes, we unfortunately we are understaffed, and so there is thousands of land transactions that have to occur, and each county is very different on how we do that. And then the state itself would have to go through a Board of Land and Natural Resources to do even those transactions, because it's both state as well as the counties. And so yes, we have that list. We're just slowly going through that and working through that.
Okay, maybe in the future, if you could kind of keep us in the loop, and then so we can be on the same page.
Sure,
Yeah,
absolutely.
thank you. Thank you,
Yeah,
Chair.
maybe you can send that information to the committee and then we'll disseminate out. Any further questions, members? Vice Chair.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Representative Kush, go ahead. She can wait. Representative Kush, please proceed.
Oh, okay, I was still working through some calculations. Good morning, and thank you, folks, for coming. I have 3 daughters who've gone through are still going through the system. Their achievements. Thank you on that, on the ground level. I did have some questions. I don't know what the peak here was, somewhere in the It's not, I don't need specific numbers, I'm just talking broadly.
Probably over the last 10 years, our enrollment has declined approximately 10%.
Okay, so like 10 years ago it peaked and we've been in a decline period. Do you guys have projections going forward? You know,
We do have enrollment projections.
Yeah.
and I'm really speaking in broad terms here, most of my questions are not,
So, to answer your question regarding our enrollment projections, we do 2 types of projections. We have a 1-year projection that we do for a lot of our fiscal planning. And right now, our annual projection, we're looking statewide at about a 3,000 student decrease. We have further out projections, but I do caution with our further out projections, the margin of error gets larger the further out we project, and we use that for long-term planning. But we are looking at continued decrease, and one of the areas that we do plan to continue to study is our enrollment in regards to determine what are those specific factors that are contributing to that declinement.
Okay, yeah, so you don't know if it's like people going to charter schools or private schools or just the changing of demographics in the country and.
So right now, in regard to projections, it does follow the national trend in regards to nationally, you're looking at declining enrollments, but we do take into account factors such as our declining birth rates here in Hawaii, along with we do a cohort model that allows us to follow. But we do need further studying in regards to examine those specific variables. There's many pieces that come into play, so I don't want to misspeak at this time.
Representative Kush, can you talk in the mic, please?
Oh, shucks, I forgot all about it. I forgot I even needed that. My voice is quiet. Okay, and then I was looking at your, you know, and it may be that a lot of your teachers are the part-time teacher assistants. I forget what your acronym is for it, but looking at this, there's like a little less than 12 teachers, 12 students per teacher, and that, I'm just wondering how that doesn't seem to reflect the reality that I see in most schools. And that could be because there's this part-time number at the bottom of 20,000. It doesn't really.
John Bacon, our Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources.
Oh, okay, super. Thank you. And I'm really sorry to make everybody get up and down.
No problem. Can you try to clarify your question about the
So it looks
part-time
like your
teacher?
teacher ratio right here from the numbers you provided is like just under 12 students per teacher.
I'd have to get the exact number. I think, you know, the average has fluctuated over the years. I think we have our salaried employees. It's about 13,000 approximately salary teachers. But then on the part-time side, we do have our casual day-to-day hire of those that do provide after-school tutoring, those types of things. And that number is really just dependent on the needs at the individual school. Some of those part-time teachers may only be working a few hours a day or a few hours a month. Others may be working up to 19 hours per day or per week.
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
and so that's my question is, so that nearly 13,000 teachers, those are full-time teachers?
Full-time.
Full-time, that is correct.
Okay, so that leads that with 152,000 students. It's like just under 12 students per teacher. I mean, I don't see that anywhere in the Outer Islands. And I'm just, is there somewhere in Oahu that we have like 3 kids per class to bring it down to that number? I'm just wondering where.
So classroom, there's a difference between classroom teachers, I think, representative, and other teachers who work in other roles within schools.
So we have our like classroom teachers, we have counselors, we have librarians that also account for that. We have our some of our academic coaches, our teachers that maybe are not assigned a line and they're providing instructional support. We also have at our complex area and state level offices too, where there are teachers that are providing support there that maybe are not necessarily assigned an actual teaching line.
Okay, and special ed and stuff like that where they have much lower. Okay.
We can definitely follow up with you, Representative, on that.
And again, I'm just looking trends. I don't need to get into the granular. I just was curious, like, where that number came from and just the staffing levels and, you know, some background information. And then, you know, as you project declines in enrollment and we've if it's 10%, we've lost 15,000 students in the last 10 years, and sounds like another 2% this coming year. You know, what strategies is DOE doing to conform, you know, to work towards meeting that just systemic decline, you know? Through vacancies, through attrition, facilities, all those things. And then do you guys have a strategic plan to start focusing on areas that have a growth area and some places that are declining and how to achieve that?
We are looking at different strategies. I think what's important, as kind of we shared in the presentation, was that although our overall enrollment is in a slight decline, the needs of our students in the classrooms have actually increased after following the pandemic. These are all students across the state. We also are seeing significant needs for our students in underrepresented communities, as well as students who who speak English as a second language, as well as students with special needs. So those needs and supports for our students are definitely, I believe, is definitely increasing. And so that's where we are asking for the support to provide services to support those students despite our slight decline.
Sure, and you're talking on the human resource level, right?
Human resource level, instructional support, multiple areas.
Okay, yeah, I was just thinking more just from the facilities, because that's, a big area and a big part of your budget. So, and I'd love to see more concentration of the human element, and just wondering if you have a strategic plan. I'm not trying to pepper you or carve out anything off your hide. I'm just wondering what the plan is going forward with these systemic declines in the future.
So yes, we do have a strategic plan. We are also working on, in addition to the strategic plan, the enrollment issues as it relates to human resources is something that we are doing a deeper dive on. Enrollment doesn't decline equally in every community across the state. You see the shifts. So we do have certain areas where enrollment is growing. So you see also in our CIP request for new school for Central Maui, for example.
Yeah, and intuitively that's, you can guess economic status and public education use and growth areas within the state, like in East Hawaii, on Hawaii Island, obviously that's one area that's growing significantly. Sounds like Central Maui's got some significant growth ahead. So those are obvious ones. I'm just talking about the other areas that you will have probably more systemic decline because those areas that are growing are offsetting. And so that's what I'm just trying to tease out just for my own education to understand going forward.
We are working on that, and we'll be going to the Board of Education to discuss that next month. But we're happy to come and do a briefing for you and others who are interested specifically in the issues around facilities and human resources as it relates to enrollment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Further questions, Representative Alcos?
Hi. One of my questions is, I was coaching football at Campbell High School. And, when I graduated Campbell High School, the total kids we had was somewhere about 1,000. Now Campbell is over 3,000. As coaching, I see a lot of kids that we cut from football, baseball, basketball, and they don't have nowhere to go besides transferring out to a different school. Or how do we keep these kids in an organized sport? Some of the private schools, they have different divisions. Or are we just neglecting them? Or at one point, do you see that we need to create another division to get them into a healthy environment? What is your plans?
Thank you very much for the question, Representative Alcos. We definitely engaging our students after school is important. And there are a number of ways that we do that. We continue to do that. One way is through athletics, other out-of-school time activities during the summer, after school in terms of CTSO clubs, extracurricular activities. There are a number of ways. Specific to your question related to athletics, that is something that I can get back to you on. I can reach out to our athletics administrator through Office of Curriculum Instructional Support and ask that specific question in terms of what are our plans what are the plans, if there are any, to expand specific athletics to specific teams statewide.
Yeah, to me, I'm thinking if anything over 2,500 kids in a school, like, Kapolei, Mililani, Waipahu, Moana Loa, Campbell, we have a lot of kids that is missing an opportunity for scholarships to getting to the next level, and really want to try to, we have great programs, like you said, that you guys do have, but we wanted to try see, maybe our infrastructure, we cannot hold the kids to practice 2 sports or something like that. But I think instead of building one school, it's cheaper to build more facilities for them to practice and get them into one better environment.
I'll definitely connect up with you on that.
One more question.
Yes.
If a teacher or a coach lead in prayer, are they getting in trouble at school?
If there are student-led initiatives, then that is okay for it to happen in school. But let me just double check on that. I want to be sure I'm giving you the right information. So student-led currently is okay for students to do. It shouldn't be, I believe, led by faculty members, but I will get back to you on that because I know there have been some recent cases. I want to be sure that I giving you the right information. That's to my recollection, but I will follow up with you on that.
And what would be the consequences if a coach end up praying for their kids before the football game, or something that going? Well, what is the consequences?
I think each
Do they
case
lose their
is
job?
each case is individual, and should there be a situation where we need to go and to take a further look into it, we have processes in place that. So it's difficult for me to speak to a question like that because there may be other circumstances that are involved. So, but I would definitely get back to you on that.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you.
Thank you, Representative. Further questions, members? Okay, Representative Lamosal, followed by Hasi.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Superintendent. I wanted to ask if we can get an update on our J1 visa teachers. Is that if we're kind of seeing the impacts on our recruitment and the success of that program, just an overall update, and if we're gonna just continue.
Assistant Superintendent Sean Bacon is here he can help with that question. I do want to start though that as I visit schools and I'm able to visit the J1 teachers' classrooms, they are incredible. They come to the department and to work with our students with an incredible amount of passion, enthusiasm. And I know when I'm talking not only to them but to the students in the classrooms, students enjoy their energy. So I think that is definitely a success for us in getting them over. But more specific to your question, I'll let Sean respond to that.
Thank you, Representative, for your question. Yes, we've been this is our third cycle now, our third year with the J1 teacher program. We have a little over 200 J1 teachers in our schools across the islands at this point right now. The success rate of it has been amazing at this point. CAS's principals have really been pleased with what we've seen with the J1s at this point right now. It's really been a great cultural exchange for our students. I think, a majority of our J1s are coming from the Philippines, and a majority, 30% of our students identify as Filipino. So I think it's a great combination between both the teachers and the students. We are looking at having another round of J1s coming in for next year. Our team has already went to the Philippines with our provider and has started the initial interview processes to begin to continue this for the following year.
Just a follow-up, Chair. And can you tell me where they're kind of spread out throughout the state and where they mostly placed?
I can get you more detailed information and exactly kind of where the placements are, but I was just recently on Lanai. There's a group that is on Lanai. There's many on Maui at this point right now, but they are on all of the islands at this point right now. I do not believe we have any J1s on Molokai at this time, but the remainder of the islands, they are there.
I wanted to, you said that we're looking at another year of doing this program, and I wanted to double check if you're also seeking for more support financially to support these teachers.
When you're talking about support, can you elaborate a little bit more about maybe what you're referring to?
Their salary, I don't know if that's something you're also looking at, room and board, things like that.
Once they do become an employee, I mean, they fall under the normal salary schedule of all other employees. They become a part of the collective bargaining agreement and are eligible to become members of the union at this point right now. I think housing is something that has been difficult not only for our J1s, but others across the state. I think at this point right now, we are offering a relocation bonus for those that are coming out of state or out of country. And that is something we've been using Title II funds to try to help offset some of those costs for our individuals.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Hussey. You skip, okay. Representative Lee.
Thank you for being here and the work that you do. With the student decrease, in the near future, I know there are rural schools with low populations, and we need to be servicing youth there as well. But is there any plans in the next 2 to 3 years to be closing schools? I know schools like Keolu Elementary, in my district are schools that, not to say on chopping block, but do we know of any schools that we are considering closing down with the decrease in students, and, what our plans are?
Thank you for the question, Representative. That is something that, the Board of Education has oversight on, and so the department will definitely be engaging with the board to look at different factors that would address that area relatively soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One more quick question.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, are you good, Representative Lee?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Representative Alco.
Thank you. Back in the days, we used to recite Pledge Allegiance, Star Spangled Banner, Hawaii Pono'i. Is it still required right now in the school?
On a daily basis?
On a daily basis, mostly at the elementary level?
That is, to my understanding, that is not a requirement for that to be in every class every day. Let me just double check. I don't believe it's a requirement.
When was it, for most of us, my age, we used to do it almost every day. When did it change, and why did it change?
I can get that information to you. Let me go. I want to be sure I get you the right information, Representative. So I'll follow up with you on that.
Would you consider putting that back in, or not really? You guys want it out? What's the education?
I think for us, I want to be sure I get the right information to get to you, and then from there we can move forward on the discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Further questions, Representative Reyes-Oda.
Thank you. Recently, 3 teachers won a labor board ruling about being left out of the repricing schedule. And I know that right now it's being appealed. But in the budget here, is there anything reserving any money in the event that the DOE has to pay the 900 to 1,000 teachers who was excluded from the repricing plan?
Representative, I do want to be, as AS Bacon comes up, I do want to be, we can touch bases with you personally too, because I want to be cautious that as these discussions are being had at that level, that we are not inadvertently sharing information that we shouldn't be sharing before any final decisions are made.
So, thank you for the question, Representative Reyes-Oda. Currently, at this point right now, as you had mentioned, it is in litigation. So there is not any current money put aside or requested in the budget at this time. I think we need to wait until see what the outcome may be for this at this point.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions, members? Okay, Vice Chair.
Hi, Superintendent. There are several positions in the requests focusing on middle schoolers, to kind of look at them, re-engage them. And that's kind of similar to what I've been hearing from community groups from my schools about this need to re-engage, especially at this age group level. I think particularly due for COVID, right? They had a good chunk of their schooling and now they're transitioning to a new school. But I just kind of question about, I guess, all these positions. I think there's 3 or 4, and what it kind of looks like is this in like the bigger picture of it. Have we already kind of identified, I guess, what the kind of trigger points are that these positions are going to be going into schools and implementing to do re-engagement, or are we still trying to figure out, and these positions are trying to figure out how we do that work?
Some of the positions that, you're absolutely correct that middle school engagement is important. It's an area I think that the department and our middle school principals are very much committed to improving. I remember back when I was in middle school, it was a really challenging time. And I think for some of our students, as they transition from elementary to middle, there's a lot of not only changing courses and larger classes and moving as cohorts, different from elementary school, but also changes with friends, with this personal development. I think they're all different challenges that our middle schoolers face. We have, through supports with some of the positions that we're requesting, engaging a lot more with the Association of Middle Level Education. All of our, last year we had all of our schools participated by county in middle level ed and coordinated support. I think we had a middle level education conference, a student conference, where middle level schools, our middle schools attended. And actually the breakout sessions and the presentations were done all by middle level students, which is empowering for them. I think after that conference, we saw not only the middle-level students being able to get up in front and lead discussion and facilitate conversations with their peers, but also the pride and the poise and the confidence that they had following that. I think that's something that we want to be able to spread to all of our middle-level kids, and our students statewide. So Deputy Superintendent Armstrong is here, and all of academics falls under her. So Deputy.
Yeah, well, I think Superintendent captured almost all of it, but these positions are supporting the middle school level statewide, so the reach is broad across all of our middle schools. The middle school principals and vice principals have their own forums led by folks in these positions to really support the characteristics of a successful middle school student. And we get that from our AMLE, our Middle Level Association, which Superintendent said all of our schools are a member of. So it's really to support and increase the capacity, the best practices, and the implementation of those at the middle school level so that we can change the trajectory of our middle school dip and have a positive trajectory K-12. Our middle school, on the leadership side, in addition to the student-led conference, the positions that support that work are also working with middle schools and middle school students to hear their voice in assisting with the transition from elementary to middle school, and then the transition from middle school to high school. And what barriers do they face and do they come across, and have them come up with the solutions for those successful transitions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
you.
Sorry.
Okay, proceed.
I had another question about the 20 positions for the mental health intervention specialists. So I know you guys mentioned in the testimony that you're currently contracting those services out. I kind of want to know what support is being specifically provided to students through this program? Is it, are these like psychologists, social workers? Are they getting support in the class, in school, or outside of school support with the families? What do those services look like that we're looking to take in-house by hiring these 20 positions?
Great. Thank you for the question.
Aloha. The 20 positions.
Assistant Superintendent Kinao Gardner.
Kinao Gardner. Hi. Thank you for the question. The 20 positions actually will support, right now we have, through a partnership with Chaminade and a grant, paying for people to become
qualified and be able to serve us with these transition activities. So those will be permanent mental health interventionists that will help students transition.
So they don't have, they're not necessarily like a psychologist or what kind of background are they going to need? What kind of work are they going to be doing with the students?
They will be doing mental health intervention, so they will be psychologists, clinical psychs in that regard. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Representative Grandanelli.
They're not contracted services. It will be new positions.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I have a question about the proposed addition to investigate, manage, and mitigate soil contamination from originating from agricultural, military, and legacy construction and maintenance practices. Can you tell me more about that and what schools are facing those challenges?
Sure. Let's see. I do, thank you for the question, Representative. I do believe through prior support from the legislature, we have been addressing those issues, particularly, if I'm not mistaken, on Hawaii Island and Kauai, I believe, if my memory serves correct. But so this allocation would help us to continue that effort in supporting and ensuring that we are addressing those particular needs. Director Rosaki, you have any other?
Yes, that is correct. And we work closely with the Department of Health as we move forward in assessing each of those sites. And of course, those are sites that, again, were previously agricultural, was grown and was predominant back in the day. And so again, all those chemicals that were used. And so just kind of going through that process, getting the federal grants and support to continue that process and cleaning it up.
We can get to your question about which areas, or we can get that to the committee.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Kitakawa.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Superintendent, for being here. I have a few questions, if that's okay. Okay, so quick question to Vice Chair's question about the mental health positions. I'm not clear based on the answer exactly what these 20 new positions would be doing or what services they would be providing to the students. And I guess my follow-up is, how is that different than current school counselors that are already there? Or we have a lot of great health programming that's there where students can get access to health care on campus. So I'm just wondering, these 20 new positions, how is that different than what's already available at the schools, and what kind of services would they be providing?
And thank you for that question. And we do have, it's a phenomenal grant and partnership that we have with Chaminade University to provide the training so that we can have degreed people providing specific services in the mental health field. So our follow-up to you will give you the specifics of that grant, and then of the 20 participants, the areas that they will or that they're striving to go into, and then the benefit for the department for participating in this grant. We'll get all of that information to you.
So the hiring of the 20 are specifically for these individuals who are in this grant program with Chaminade now?
Yes, that one of the conditions of the grant is that they will return to the Department of Education to provide mental health services for our students.
Okay, so, sorry, follow up on that. So if you do not get the 20 positions, where do these individuals in the grant program then go? Do you have open counseling positions, other positions at the school level that they can then go into to meet that requirement of the grant?
We will get back to you with that information.
Okay, great,
Okay.
thank you. Okay, more. So I have a follow-up to Representative Lee's question about enrollment and school closures. So maybe Board Chair Takumi wants to provide comment, but I also have two very small schools in my district that are always concerned about closure. And as Representative Cush mentioned and the DOE mentioned, enrollment is going down. And so, the community in school is always concerned about closure, but I'm just wondering if there has been conversation at the board level already where school closure has come up, where it's been something that's possibly considered. Is there, data being taken right now to see what the financial impacts are, enrollment, all of that stuff? So I'm just wondering if you can provide a little more info.
Thank you very much for the question. Within the department, we are looking in exactly in those areas in terms of enrollment, capacity of schools. There are a number of factors that have to be taken into consideration. So we are looking into that, and we'll be presenting, engaging with the Board of Education on possible next steps. But that is something that we're definitely looking at.
Yeah, I think part of the challenge is that, the department now is doing its due diligence and looking at the schools that are underutilized. And, I think, speaking as a former legislator, part of the challenge, I think, is that we always challenge the department to be more streamlined, to be more efficient, to be more cognizant of cost savings and so on. So, but when a proposal comes up to consolidate schools, if you represent that school, you're going to oppose it, frankly. And so it's a real dilemma. And that's why the department has consistently come up with a list of schools to consider for consolidation, but the board hasn't closed the school for over 10 years. And so once again, this year, and the board will consider it in its maybe 2 or 3 meetings down the road. But when the list comes out, I'm sure if you represent those schools, you're going to call the office and say, hey, wait a minute, I don't know if that's a good idea or not. And so whether or not we have the political will, because the department will come up with objective criteria as to why a school that's small, we have 5 elementary schools with less than 100 kids. We have schools that are designed for 600 or 700 kids, but with 300 enrollment, and schools in close proximity, that will be a criteria as well. I wanted to just represent Kush's questions about our strategic plan. We do have a strategic plan. It's a 6-year plan. You can go to the department's website and download it. It's not that thick. It has 127 objectives. And so I think if you see that, you get a great idea as to what the roadmap is for the department. In response to Representative's questions about the J-1 visa program, I've learned that we can come up with J-1 visas and loan forgiveness and tuition waivers and scholarships and Teach for America and all these initiatives that will help to recruit and retain teachers. But the primary factor is compensation. And I think that's part of the challenge that we all have. Now, the legislature's responsibility is to just fund the collective bargaining agreement. The board has 1 vote in that. But I, as one, I know I can speak for the board that we really advocate for better compensation for teachers. I think, when you look at the teacher housing at Mililani High School, that's going to be for 100 units. And it's not going to be online till 2030. And 100 units, 13,000 teachers, we can see that's not a scalable, sustainable model to try to really address the shortcomings that we have with compensation. I think you all know the recent settled nurses strike. Representative Hussey is well aware of that their contract, 3-year teacher, 26-year-old nurse, 26-year-old nurse, $133,000 to $160,000 salary. It's more than double what a teacher in the public school systems make. So if you're a young person and you're on a career track, how can you blame them from choosing a nursing career track? So I think that's a responsibility we all share. And the last point is, when I became ed chair in the legislature, I was privileged enough to be the ed chair. Bob Herkes, who I remember, invited me to go out to the Big Island to see his schools. And his district is bigger than the island of Oahu. It's huge. So I went out to that district, and I went to an elementary school, and the library at that elementary school was terrible, just terrible. But I was stuck in the old pattern as a district legislator of just calling the principals in my district and saying, what projects would you want? And one of the projects I got was to expand the weight room at the high school. But when I got back from visiting the Big Island, I couldn't in good conscience put it in that expanded weight room. I put it into the budget to beef up that library at that elementary school, because ultimately we're all state representatives, or you all are state representatives. And so the department is charged with looking at the needs and concerns and priorities of the entire state. I get it. You all are responsible for looking out for the needs and priorities of your individual district. But sometimes it's important to take a step back and say, look, I realize, but that kid in Kalihi or Nanakuli or Kau is just as important as a child in my district.
Thank you, Chair Takumi. I have just one more question. Okay, follow up. I have a couple of questions about CIP. So I understand the buckets that you're talking about in your chart. I just have a quick question about one line item where you've pulled out, well, there's a couple that are specific for certain schools. The other two I recognize are for new builds, but like Honouliuli Middle School is listed out separately, not in a lump sum bucket, and you have money for it. Can you explain why that one's listed separately, and if there are other schools that are listed or going to be listed separately as line items instead of in your new formula of the lump?
So that's a great question. So for Honouliuli, we listed it separately, just to identify the fact that that's being required by the City and County of Honolulu, which came in after our project was completed in developing the school. And so there was no mechanism for us to do this improvement, but it is being required by the City and County of Honolulu. So just making sure that they understand we are committed to doing this. We did it as a line
So it
item.
doesn't fall under another lump?
Correct, yes.
And then what is the requirement the city is asking for?
To do the intersection. They want intersection improvements to meet their new current code requirements.
So what happens if you don't get this money?
They will probably write a letter to our superintendent saying that we're in non-compliance and that we need to comply in making sure we meet their code within that intersection area.
And that's on a state street or the school?
City street.
City street, okay. But the DOE has to provide the intersection improvement?
The new intersection improvement that they require, which happened after we completed the project.
Okay, got it. Okay, my other question is, yesterday we had SFA come, and they talked about the Central Maui School and the funding they're requesting to build Central Maui. And I look at your capital improvement project list, and I assume that these large buckets of money you're asking for Lahaina Elementary, East Kapolei are also for new builds of schools. Who determines who builds what new school? Like, what is the understanding between the DOE and SFA on what new schools get built? Why is Central Maui under SFA? Why are these two under you? What is the collaboration between the two departments?
Thank you very much for the question. You're right that for us in our request, we do have, Chair, we do have a request in for the rebuild for King Kamehameha, the third elementary school. That is a request that we have in. We are going through the process now to determine where that site is. We completed a study. That study has been posted. A community engagement study. So that is definitely important. We're currently renting, leasing a site, land, as well as equipment, classrooms. So the quicker we can get that project going, it helps actually save us on the temporary site. Central Maui also is definitely in need of at least a new middle school and an elementary school, but definitely a middle school. When I visit Maui Wa'ena Middle, as well as Iao Middle School, they're bursting their capacity. It's correct me if I'm wrong, it's my understanding though that the reason why King Kamehameha III was an existing school, so the department is charged with getting that going. West Oahu, East Kapolei High School, and the East Kapolei Middle Schools in that area in Kapolei, also those Campbell High School, as well as the middle school and elementary schools are also at capacity. So it's my understanding that as that project initiated prior to the creation of SFA, that continues to sit with us. It's my understanding that when SFA's position is that as they move forward, school builds, once SFA was established, new school builds falls under school facilities. If I'm not mistaken, by the law states that as directed by the governor, by the legislature, or by the board. And so that's why Central Maui is under School Facilities Authority. I really believe it's important that the SFA, together with the DOE, that we work together collaboratively, and the communication is there, because it's really important that, as it's a Department of Education school, that we be fully engaged in the process from beginning to end. There is a need for Central Maui for us to address enrollment capacities there. Do you have anything else you wanted to add?
Yes, that is correct. I mean, we, with respect to Central Maui, we are engaged with SFA currently to ensure, again, it's going to be a site and a facility for the DOE to utilize and occupy and operate. So again, how that's being developed, ensuring that it meets our requirements, that is the discussions that have initiated, and we continue to work with them.
Okay, and just one quick follow-up. So East Kapolei, you said it was already in the works before SFA was created. Where are we at in that process? Because it hasn't been obviously built yet, and, or has it started?
So that's another line item that we have
Right.
with the,
Okay, so since it hasn't begun yet, and SFA is charged with building new schools, would the DOE, why, or I guess the question is, would you switch over the responsibility to SFA for this new build? Or is this something that you've already begun?
these are
Working.
projects we've already begun work on.
So you have like the renderings and the drawings and
That
all
is
that
correct.
stuff, but you just don't have
I have the construction funding.
Okay. Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, further questions? Okay, Representative Morikawa, followed by Kush.
Thank you. I'm going to change up. This is a sabbatical leave question, because I noticed it's one of your priorities. Has this increased recently, requests from teachers? And then if so, who replaces them when they go on leave?
In terms of sabbatical,
Yeah.
and where we are, I'll let Aya speak and address that. In terms of replacing the teachers, principals do know ahead of time which teachers are approved for sabbatical, and so normally it's either a hire or a substitute that's in there. But I'll let Aya speak and speak more specifically to it.
Thank you for the question. So there's two different types of sabbaticals in the request. There's teacher sabbaticals, and then there's also educational officer sabbaticals. So I'm not sure if you're referring more to the teacher side or the educational officer.
Is it more for educational employees?
So currently, right now, the collective bargaining agreement talks about for teachers that we shall select no less than 50 on an annual basis at this point right now. So there is a budgeted item for that. However, with the increase in the teacher salaries, there is a request for inflationary costs in there to make sure that we have the appropriate appropriation for the increase for the teachers, but the amount has been the same at 50. On the educational officer side, I think it states in the collective bargaining agreement no less than 7, I think, at this point right now. That had not been funded for several years. We want to be back in compliance with the collective bargaining agreement, so we're asking for the funding for that for the educational officers, which is principals, vice principals, and some of our state and district level individuals.
Okay, so you don't have a problem getting people to work in these positions when they're gone?
So so typically for the teachers, the principals will know approximately 6 months or so in advance. They have an opportunity, I think, to post those positions in our teacher assignment and transfer process, or they can look at a new hire or possibly even use substitute teachers or other means to fill what it is. Teachers have an opportunity to either go out on a semester sabbatical leave at full pay or a full year sabbatical leave at half pay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then Kush, followed by Hasi, followed by Alco.
Thanks again. I was going to do this offline. I have a meeting next week with HSFA regarding this, and it was kind of where I was going with the strategic plan. As you shrink schools, and it's been brought up, about, I appreciate your candor, sir, about closing schools. Has any thought been to, as school enrollment shrinks, especially at the elementary school level where there's, more schools for students, to repurpose some of the buildings? I imagine, especially here in Oahu, but in most places, that they're probably connected to sewer, repurpose buildings into teacher housing, the same kind of prioritization that HSFA is using to fill units. Has any thought or consideration been put into that? I mean, they're big buildings. They could probably, it would be, I understand there would be a rehab and expensive for bathrooms and kitchens and such, but you have a lot of the infrastructure there.
I believe as we move forward with the process and looking at school consolidation, there are a number of different options that would be available to the department and to the state, and we'll do our due diligence in exploring each of those.
Yeah, and to, I think it was Lamasao's point, or maybe it was Mike's, Representative Lee, sorry, is, instead of consolidating or changing the character of that elementary school in the neighborhood and the parents who live there, consolidating the student activities to a building and then using additional unused buildings or building as housing.
That some of the concerns, just right off the top of my head, might be that as we, it's really important that for schools, safety and security for our students are really important. And so if we were to utilize school facilities and have housing and students on the same campus, that would definitely, I would have some concerns about that, just for the safety aspect in terms of having students in close proximity to others who may live in the area, and whomever they are.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Representative Hussey, followed by Alcos.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Superintendent, and everyone for coming this morning. Just want to say thank you for including in the budget girls flag football. I think that'll be a welcome addition. Thank you very much. I had a question about an item in the table for EDN 200. It's 1.65 million for CAS priorities, and it lists 3 items. The first of which just says investigations, and I was curious if you could please provide more information about what that entails.
For the investigations, for our CASA are complex area superintendents, and they provide a vital role, a key role in our tri-level structure, schools, complex areas, and state offices. So each of the complex area superintendents have a number of schools that they're responsible for. It's their high schools and the feeder schools that, middle school and the elementary schools that feed into that high school, which is a complex. So the complex area superintendents are also charged with, should there be allegations of misconduct within their schools, to initiate investigations, and that process oftentimes can be a long and arduous one, because we want to be sure that our employees are all afforded a fair investigation.
So it's an HR function?
It would be an HR function.
Yes.
Okay.
And in addition, another bucket from that funding, in addition to what Superintendent said, is for accommodations. When an individual needs certain accommodations to perform the functions of their duties, we might need to provide additional supports for that person to be able to have access to perform their duties, 504 accommodations.
Okay.
And so these funds would be used to support those
Right.
needs.
Yeah, I saw that as a separate item. Thank you. Thank you very much. I had a question about workforce development in EDN 100. It's 3.9 million. And I just wanted to flag that because I know there's also concerns about cuts from the federal government for WIOA funds, and I'm just curious if this is a situation where we as a state government are essentially covering a hole that the federal government is leaving open.
I do believe if it's EDN 100, Deputy Superintendent Tammy Oyada Marichan, as an EDN 100 ask and workforce development, I do believe that it is requests to support our students in workforce development internships and such. Am I right on that, Deputy Superintendent?
That's correct. It does not, it's not related to anything with federal funds at this time, changes in federal funds at this time.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to say also thank you for including, and it's unfortunate we have to do this, but $5 million for security. You know, that's something that I think all parents worry about for our kids in schools now, in these crazy days. So thank you very much for including that. My last question is about the Digital Transformation for Learning program. There's staff allocation for that. I was curious if someone could please just share sort of the overall vision for that program.
Sure. Of digital transformation, when we look at supporting our students in the most current resources, when I think about appropriate uses for artificial intelligence, how we're leveraging technology in different areas, those are some things that come to mind. I think we want to be sure that, one, that as we roll out the department and we have a number of students and teachers, that the steps that we take moving forward are very, very calculated. And we want to be sure that as we move forward, everyone is aware of the responsive students as well as teachers and administrators, aware of the responsibilities as we move further and further into the digital age. So the position, definitely one of the responsibilities would be to support that. Assistant Superintendent Terry Ushijima from the Office of Curriculum Instruction and Design. And so Terry oversees that teaching and learning component and how we support students and teachers with leveraging, appropriately leveraging technology. Terry, you want to share?
Yes, sure. Thank you for that question. And this position is a position that we've relied on since we've had the pandemic and we've had to switch over from in-person learning and do a lot of virtual things, create resources, provide training for students. And as the world is changing so quickly, and with AI now, that's things happen so rapidly. But this position has helped to provide support for complex area resource folks, and currently it's being used to really support our digital state distance learning program. So we have an innovation lab where schools are able to use resources through training and have their students actually create things using 3D printers that they may not have at their own school site. But through this support, we're working with one school in the Kaimuki area, and it's been making a really big difference in terms of engagement, the types of learning, the thinking that they have to do in order to create their projects.
Hey, you got to bring that to Kalihi.
Sure. Yes, we'd love to expand more.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Actually, I had one more question, Chair, if I could.
Please.
So there's $15 million for increased electricity costs. And I was curious if there's been any conversations internally about the department constructing its own solar farms to feed the electricity needs of our schools.
Just to clarify on the $15 million, that is continued funding that we have currently in this year. It's to maintain that level of funding. There has been historically investments into solar. I think it's become less viable in recent years, and there's been sort of a drop-off in expansion of solar, but it's something that can't speak on behalf of Office of Fiscal Services too much, but it's something that we know there's reports and continued conversation on.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Alcos.
Thank you, Superintendent. Lisa Kitagawa mentioned about East Kapolei, and I heard rumors that they didn't even build a school, but it's going to be full. Is that something, a true statement, or with all the new development in that area, and if it is going to be full, where's the overflow go? Is it going to go Ewa, Waipahu, Kapolei? Have you guys thought about what's going to happen at that point?
Well, thank you very much for the question. Just to clarify, so you're hearing that it's not built, but it's going to be full?
Yes.
Meaning that
With all the new development within that area?
it exceeds capacity?
Exceeds, yes.
Yeah, so right now, I mean, as you know, that whole area is growing. And so we are working with the complex area superintendent and seeing how we may look at redistricting and moving students around until we can get that school online.
So that's a true statement. It's just going to be full by the time it's built, and you guys are going to be at full capacity based upon the residents. In the
We're
area.
not, it depends on when the school will be built, right? If, we don't know when that will be, but as the developer continues to develop in Ho'opili and people come in, we don't know exactly the dynamic of the people that are purchasing the houses, right? It could be older people. I mean, we don't know what that makeup is. Like if it's all young families, people who haven't started families, we're not sure, right? So there is no specific number that we can say there will be an enrollment that new school will be at full capacity.
Based on the growth that we have out there, wouldn't it be good that we have more land or area that we can secure for the development, and that's how quick it's growing out in our area? You know, are you guys don't have room to purchase more land for those type of reasons? Because if you try to move them to Campbell, it's already overflowed. All the schools in the neighborhood is already too crowded. So do you have land in that area?
So yeah, that's a good question. So as part of the development for like Ho'opili, under the Land Use Commission and the requirements as they go through in their master planning to get their approvals to begin development, so they're required to provide us, the Department of Education, with land for, depending on how their build-out will be, they will have to provide us land sites, which they have identified for elementary schools and for the high school.
Thank you. Follow up on another question is cell phones. Cell phones been a problem in the school. How are you guys addressing cell phones in classrooms nowadays? What is you guys' plans different from the previous years?
Currently, thank you for the question, Representative. Currently, cell phone usage and those individual policies or requirements are taken care of by each respective school. And so they set their cell phone. There isn't a department-wide policy on cell phone usage or banning cell phone usages.
Yeah, the representative of the board we're currently discussing a board policy on the use of cell phones because we realize every school has their own policy and it varies wildly. And so we're looking at whether or not there should be a standardized formula on policy on cell phone use. And we're looking at other school districts across the country. And I visited Iolani School recently. They just recently enacted their own cell phone policy. So we're trying to weigh out what's the best approach. And in response to Representative Hussey's, we're also going to be discussing a policy on the use of artificial intelligence.
Last question. Police on campus, especially at the high school level. Some safety or security in that area. Are you for a police? Is the DOE for having a sheriff on site, or you guys good with the security on site that you guys have now? What is your take? Look,
I think currently, depending on the school district and the complex area, for our neighbor islands, we do have school resource officers in many of our complex areas to support those secondary schools and the schools in those areas. On Oahu, we are working to see what other options are available, in working with our local police department as well as Department of Law Enforcement. So we are exploring different options at this point to see what, if any, additional supports we can provide for our schools related to that area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Reyes-Soto.
Thank you. And the other end of the spectrum from the Kailua representatives, when we look at, let me just go over the numbers. So I pulled up just quickly here from the 2022-2023 fall enrollment from the school status improvement report. For the schools that are just in 96706, and that was 2.5 years ago. We have numbers like Campbell at 3,039, Ilima 615, Eva Makai Middle 1,119, Ka'imiloa L 621, Holomua L 1,071, Eva Beach L 721, Eva Elementary 1,086, Honouliuli 714, and Keoneula at 915. And when added up together, it was 9,901. So I'm going to assume as of today, we probably have over 10,000 in the Campbell district. When we look at, as Representative Alcos was talking about the East Kapolei, which I want to make sure I add that isn't East Kapolei, is in Eva Beach, not Kapolei. So I hope we make sure we are correct that when we name the school. But the budget looks like in CIP it asked for $130 million in the 2026 budget, and I know that you said that this was probably built in partnership with SFA. So a couple of questions that I have is SFA, or are they responsible for any funding with that to make sure that they complement that? Is the estimate for design able to be built with the $130 million? And when would it be open? And then I just want to make sure that, as Representative Alcos had said, that we do have new builds. Even from 2022, my district map has roads on there that didn't exist, back then. So we are still building houses, and they're going towards even that side. And and then when would the school be able to be operational and take kids? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So for the $130 million request that we have, design is being completed as we speak. So if we were to get the funding, it would definitely go out to construction once we get the funds released to us thereafter. So say next year, early next year, depending on that process of us getting the funds, it could go out to bid. And then it would probably run a 2-year course before it would be open and operational for school.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Vice Chair.
Thanks. I wanted to get an update. So last year when we established the student harm registry to deal with the employment issues between the public and the private schools and sharing any of those potential issues with incoming employees, is there an update on that? Is it up and running?
It is, yes.
And
Thank you, Representative, for the question. Yes, so the Harm to Student Registry is up and running at this point right now so any employee that is being hired through the department as part of the hiring process, they're going through a background check that goes through the Hawaii Criminal Justice Data Center, along with being checked for the Harm to Student Registry before a start date is being set for employees.
And it's housed in DOE, right? So the private schools call over, submit their request to the department to check for their employees?
Yes, so the department is the keeper of the official record for the Harm to Student Registry, and then there's the private schools are working with us on that, yes.
Thank you. Great.
Thank you.
Great news.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions, members? Okay, Representative Kempo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Superintendent and Department, for coming today. I have questions regarding your request for recurring funds to enhance school security. I see that you guys are wanting to address violence and gun violence. So what exactly are you guys planning to do?
Thank you very much for the question. The request that we have in speaks to the identified supports that we need for our schools through our school safety and emergency preparedness branch. And so specific to those questions, to that request for the allocation, speaks to our assessments by school safety. School safety
Yeah,
branch.
we have in the executive budget request, a request for $4 million, I believe. Is that the one that you're referring to?
5 million.
5 million, I believe. That's in partnership with DLE to maintain funding for with the work that they're doing. We have some discretion on how we move forward, but that's currently paying for things like the cameras, monitoring of cameras.
Yeah, members, that was a presentation that DLE had for us, and then we're actually going to bring them in to further show us more information on that, but go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members, any further questions? Okay, thank you. I think I really, really appreciate the participation by the members and the questions that have been fielded by your people. And it lends to Chair Takumi's point of that there is right the CIP issue that you're dealing with and what has gone over, right? Everybody is passionate about their schools in their area, and as the finance committee deals with this, and we our job is to look at things from a statewide perspective, and we're going to be trying to expose ourselves to more and more of those things. One of the things that was done when I first got in the legislature, and I thought it was very helpful. There was, and I did talk to you about this, Superintendent, before, is there was a group, couple people that came from DOE, and they used to go on a day to a complex, and they would visit every school, and they would invite at the school, the principal, the head janitor, the facilities person for the complex, and even on the neighbor islands, they would invite some representative from DEGS. And then they would invite the legislators to be there, and then they would go over the priorities for the school specifically, and then they would identify, right? These are priority 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever it is. And then they would have discussions. If it was necessary, they go out and take a look at the situation. And then everybody would say, okay, maybe number 7 should be number 2, right? Or something like that. And they'd move things around, but everybody be in the room and they'd all be in agreement going forward. I still believe that something like that, maybe with technology now, it doesn't have to be totally like that, but something like that needs to happen where everybody is at the table and supports a plan for the school, especially again, based on the conversation here and the involvement by the members, everybody cares about their schools, right? But when we're right, but when public safety was here, nobody talked about the jail, right? So, right? So it's yeah. So, okay. You have any comment as far as that goes?
Thank you, Chair. You're absolutely correct. I think the back when you're speaking about it was the BIP's position. It was a building inspector. I forgot what the PP stands for, but there were individuals that would meet and gather and collaborate with the principals and identify those areas. And those individuals were very knowledgeable about the issues in each of the schools related to facilities. Those BIP positions no longer exist in the department.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that is definitely one of the issues. And so for facilities and operations and our facilities group now to really come up with a listing of prioritized needs, working together with the complex area superintendents and the principals is really important. And if we can get back to a place like where we can get involvement from the school level, from the state office, and back to a place where those BIP positions help to coordinate. Right now, though that responsibility is actually falling on facilities as well as the complex area superintendents to meet with their principals. That is probably maybe one of the reasons why we are in the situation we're in, and to get to that proactive process, get back to that proactive process, is definitely what we're asking for the legislature's support on.
You know, those are all the things that I think we need to address, right? This is probably the fallout of, I know it's the fallout of the Lehman Brothers downturn when we had furlough Fridays, right? We were cutting all over the place and we were looking for things that we wanted to get rid of. And so I think going forward, these are things that we need to like revisit and relook at and see if it's viable. Okay, the other thing that I wanted to talk about real quickly that the governor did not fund, and I see that he is your lump sum for deferred maintenance projects statewide, and then the original A-funded request, which I think is the way it should be funded. Sounds like part of it was C-funded, and the only problem that I have when those types of projects, and I'm assuming it's those types of projects, are funded with bond funds, is that usually the improvement does not last the life of the bond, right? That's why we A-fund certain things that are preventive maintenance or right, certain painting or whatever it may be with A funds. I talked to when BNF was before us, I brought this up, and even when DAGS was before us, I brought this up. The one area that we always tend to neglect is that appropriation, right? And I'm asking DAGS and BNF, and now you, and I will ask UH the same thing, is that, right, we have to press the administration to make this a priority, because in the end, if we do not do preventive maintenance or if we do not take care of our facilities, in the end, it becomes a major R&M project, and then it becomes more expensive. And, and granted, it is the legislature's fault to some degree where, right, when we're through tough budget situations, this is usually the target. But, in this kind of year, when, right, Council of Revenue came out the other day and they identified $315 million in estate tax revenue that is a one-time infusion, and that is the perfect opportunity to use that kind of money to address, these kind of problems. And then also the spike in the interest rate due to the short-term investments that we had from the money we got from the feds. But right, these are types of one-time infusions that will not be recurring, right? And so it should be, we take advantage of that. And I'm asking, the legislature 2 years ago tried to do it, well, the House did. We put $1 billion in A funds to, like, when we thought we had $2 billion in surplus to try and address this. And then in the end, we put, in conference, we ended up putting $2 million to address this. And then when it all came down, the governor, somebody said on the floor that it was a slush fund, and then the governor used it as a slush fund and used it for all kind of different things, right? But in the end, I do believe that it is a need, and it has to be pressed from the department level to the administration that this is a neglected area that we need to address, especially when there is money that is non-recurring and should be put towards this when we can, right? And I just bring that up to bring to your attention. And like I said, you probably have, right, in the budget in brief, the governor identified it as $1.7 billion statewide in there that is being neglected. 2 years ago, it was 1.2. So historically, they said it's growing at a rate of about 50 to 75, but that growth alone tells me that it's even more, or maybe they just misidentified certain things. But it has to be pressed and it has to be pushed because the legislature, like I said, tried. But because in the end, it doesn't sound like it's a priority of the administration, I think it needs to be pressed by the department. So you are the big ones, right? You, DAGS, BNF is controlling everything, and then the University of Hawaii. That's the big ones that where all these deferred maintenance projects are.
Yes.
No, it's in your budget, so I know
Yes.
you're trying to be responsible, but it has to be pressed, right, is my point. So I would encourage that discussion to happen at the administration level because, again, the House tried, but it seems like there's no will at the administration level. So I bring that up because I do believe it keeps growing every year, and it is it does cost us more by not doing preventive maintenance work, and then it becomes a major R&M project, or sometimes we just have to tear it down, right, instead of protecting our assets that we have, right? That's why I think, in many times, right, the model that everybody is looking at is plan and design, build, maintain, right? And because they know that we don't have the political will to do it, but my argument is I think we should have the will to do it, and we should have the discipline to do it going forward. That's my comment to you. I mean, if you want to comment on that, you can.
No, I understand and hear you loud and clear, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, that's my main point that I want to make, and like I said, I bring that up, and I urge the departments to push for this, especially because identified in the budget there is a one-time infusion of money that will not be recurring. So my caution to all the departments and administration is that because it's not non-recurring, you cannot create programs or anything like that with that money and expect it to be there the following years, because this is a one-time infusion. So we have to be prudent with what is before us. Okay? Thank you. Members, any further comments? Okay, we're going to move on. We're going to take a recess and we'll move on to the libraries.
Thank you. Thank
Oh,
you, Chair.
no,
Thank you,
sorry. We're going
members.
to go to early learning next and then to libraries. Okay. Thank you. Recess.
Appreciate it,
Okay. Okay, we're gonna reconvene the committee, reconvene the Committee on Finance to continue our briefing. Next, we have the Executive Office of Early Learning.
Hi, aloha, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Takenoichi, members of the committee, and congratulations to new members, and nice to see those of you whom I've saw last year. I am Yuko Arikawa Cross. I'm the Director of the Executive Office on Early Learning, and I'm here today with Jennifer Chow, our Government Affairs Specialist, Kelly Vinoy, my Business Management Officer, Tara Castrovinci, our Communications Specialist, and Lane Tsuchiyama, an Institutional Analyst with our office. For those of you who may not be familiar, we are an administratively attached agency to the Department of Education. We are also responsible for two main functions. One of them is the coordination of the early learning system. The other one is the administration of one of the public options for pre-K, so the EOEL public pre-K option. We also do host the Head Start State Collaboration Office Director in our office. Our vision is that every child in Hawaii has access to high-quality early childhood development and learning experiences which lay the foundation for lifelong well-being. And this, again, is what we do, our two primary functions. So I wanted to highlight, first of all, some notable measures and outcomes from our office. So over the last 2 years, we have opened 55 new EOEL public pre-K classrooms. When I moved into the office in 2022, we had 34 schools with 37 classrooms, and now we serve 72 schools with 94 classrooms. We also awarded over $260,000 in early childhood educator stipend programs, and this says 12 completers, but we're actually up to about 18 right now. One of the very exciting things is EOEL had applied to become a part of this RAPID survey. So RAPID is a national survey where we seek family perspectives so that we can learn what they are looking for and some needs that they have. Originally, we were not selected, but they were curious about what Hawaii was doing, and they contacted us back, and they selected us along with Vermont to participate in a 6-month rapid pilot project statewide. And so we're really excited about that. We're right in the middle of that survey administration process, and I really look forward to what we're going to learn from our families, but also in partnership with Vermont. Also, a couple of years ago, the Hunt Institute, which is out of North Carolina, convenes legislators and also early childhood departments. And a couple of years ago, we learned about the Children's Funding Project, which creates state fiscal maps for children from 0 to 24. And we were curious about that, and we felt that Hawaii needed a new updated fiscal map. And so we applied for that project as well. And EOEL was selected, and we are also in partnership with with ECAS Early Childhood Action Strategy. And so we are actually right in the middle of our fiscal project. So we have reached out to the budget leads of every department in Hawaii, including the state's budget and finance folks. We've reached out to all of the mayors and their teams, and we're trying to create a funding map of everything that feeds in for anybody from 0 to 24. So it's a pretty hefty effort, but we are doing our best with that. The other thing that we are excited about is previously when we're looking at children who need behavioral and other emotional support services, looking at counselors in Hawaii. And so previously through the Hawaii Teacher Standards Board, the counseling licenses were for K to 12. But we have pre-K students, and a lot of them, the DOE already had pre-K students through early childhood special education services, but with the expansion of pre-K, we felt like it was really important to ensure that they have supports on campus. So we worked with Hawaii Teacher Standards Board in Chaminade because they are the ones who license counselors in Hawaii, and we were able to expand that license to pre-K as well. So when we're looking at what does success look like for the Executive Office on Early Learning, I like to call about leading and lagging indicators. So things that are predictors of success, and also did we hit the target or not. And so here are some of what we look at. So we're looking at how many seats and options are available to families statewide. We look at how many children are enrolled. how many children are actually meeting our priority categories? What does our workforce look like? And how are these interactions occurring between the educators and the children? Because we know that language development and all of the other sorts of development are rapidly happening from 0 to 5. And so for us, this is how we look at success. As I mentioned earlier, we do have one federally funded position currently, and that's our Head Start State Collaboration Office Director. Temporarily available right now, though, is we applied back in 2022 for a preschool development grant, and we are in partnership with Hawaii P20 for that. It will term out at the end of 2025, but we were awarded two temporary positions through the preschool development grant to assist with those efforts. One of the things that we're taking a look at is possible impact to any federal funding sources to EOEL. And so one of the things could be the funding of the Head Start State Collaboration Office Director. We do know that the Head Start National is always, they're convening and they're having conversations trying to track everything that's happening with all Head Start programs. The other thing that we're looking at is any potential impacts to Head Start in Hawaii. So EOEL Public Pre-K has priority categories, and so any child who is eligible for Head Start would become eligible for EOEL Public Pre-K. We would just have to have the seats available to welcome them in if anything happens to their funding sources. The one part that we wouldn't necessarily be able to directly impact, though, is if the early Head Start, and so that's from 6 weeks to 3 years old. And so those are some things that we're taking a look at right now. There could potentially be decreased funding for early childhood special education. The Department of Education had noted this in their own slides. We partner with the DOE for IDA Part B, and Department of Health has the early intervention portion, which is birth to 3. And we are also taking a look at subsidies. So the Department of Human Services does administer the Child Care Connections federal subsidy. And we also know that they also administer state subsidy through Preschool Open Doors. And so that could be another possibility should anything happen with federal funding sources. For non-general funds, one of the things, in terms of early learning, it's not just education, it's also health as well. And so we did apply for a Hawaii Dental Service Foundation grant, and we received $2,700, so toothbrushes and regular sized toothpaste, and we've been handing these out during our outreach events and just, really emphasizing the importance of dental health. Interestingly, one of our institutional analysts in our office is actually a dentist. She is a dentist and decided to be an institutional analyst. And so this is also a passion project of hers to ensure dental health. And so we're really grateful that she keeps an eye on that portion very closely. So thanks to the legislature's continued support of early learning in terms of the EOEL Public Pre-K program, we did expand to be able to serve 3-year-olds. So the Hawaii Department of Education's Early Childhood Special Education program accepts children who turn 3 years old from the day they turn 3. Charter schools were already accepting children 2 years prior to kindergarten, which included 3-year-olds. And so EOEL, to come into alignment with other efforts in the state, decided to expand to 3- and 4-year-olds a couple of years ago. And that was at the same time that the Preschool Open Door subsidy was also expanded to include 3-year-olds. We opened, again, as I said prior, the 55 total, but 11 new classrooms, and so you could see that information there. So again, the 92, we are currently up to 92 classrooms on 74 campuses. This is our process that we're used to develop our budget and to prioritize our requests. So the primary driving factor is Act 46 of 2020, which asks us to create space for all currently unserved children. And so we look at places that might have supportive leadership. We also look at places that actually have space available to expand. And we also take a look at numerous factors of different communities and the representations within those communities and schools. So this is our budget request. What we're looking to do is to expand by 50 new classrooms over the next 2 years. So these past 2 years, we expanded by 55. And in the next upcoming 2 years, we'd like to expand by another 50. So it would require 50 teachers, 50 educational assistants. And then we also provide coaching, mentoring, and professional development for the leaders and the teachers and educational assistants on each school campus. And so we do that at a ratio of 6 sites to 1 early learning state office teacher. And so the total request would be 108 positions, so 50 teachers, 50 educational assistants, and 8 early learning state office teachers over the next 2 years. And this is just another way that it's broken down. And I just wanted to highlight this visual. So the EOEL Public Pre-K first opened its doors back in 2014. So you can see this metric. The lighter red areas show the potential for EOEL Public Pre-K seat expansion. And I just wanted to say that a lot of that upward trajectory was certainly due to the legislature and also the partnership with the Ready Keiki initiative. And I just want to say thank you for making a difference by investing in early learning. And I'm available to answer any questions that you might have for me.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, open the questions. Oh, you did a good job. No, thank you very much. I think, the Lieutenant Governor did come and talk to us about some of these things too. And so we appreciate all the work you're doing, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
members,
you.
we'll just move right into libraries.
Aloha, good morning.
Good morning.
It's nice to see you all. Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair, and esteemed members of the committee. I'm Stacy Aldrich. I'm the State Librarian of the Hawaii State Public Library System, and I have with me my colleague, Mallory Fujitani, who is the Special Assistant to the State Librarian. Today, I'd like to share with you the voices of our patrons and tell you how our budget requests directly impact and improve the lives of the people in our communities. This past year, we did a survey of our patrons and our staff to learn what's most important to them and how to better communicate. And we learned a lot of things from them, including what's important. One patron said, if it weren't for the Makawao reference librarian, I wouldn't have my present job. People have to feel safe to access their essential services that help them to be successful. We're asking for an additional $1.2 million for our security guard contract. Last year, we used the state's price list to bring on a new security guard company to serve 43 of our 51 branches. The cost to keep providing this service, important service, is an additional $1.2 that will need to be added to the base of our budget. We had hundreds of people respond in the survey that the library is the place they can use computers, get computer classes, and access free Wi-Fi. This includes families with kids needing to do homework, working with parents, and kapuna. To continue to provide vital access while we're doing some major renovations, upcoming renovations, we're requesting a total of $484,000 in FY26 and FY27 to stand up temporary library locations in 3 communities while we work on projects. That'll be Wahiawa, Pearl City, and Makawao. The funding will be used to lease space for each of the temporary locations. And we noticed, with apologies, in our briefing materials, there's a table, and it says $500,000 on the second year. For Wahiawa, it should be $200 and $200. It's the same in the rest of the tables, so we apologize for that. Our neighbor island patrons particularly believe the library to be an essential part of their community. One expressed it in this way: the Lahui Library is an important resource for our rural community that does not have access to the things that Oahu residents have. Our family and friends find it to be a safe and welcoming community hub. We are in the process of building a new public library hub in Waikoloa, and we'll be asking for $31,548 in FY27 to hire our new branch manager, which is a librarian 4. This position is important because it helps us to work through the construction, start hiring staff, building library collections, building relationships with the community, and also preparing the library to open. Many residents, again, especially on our neighbor islands, find that our libraries offer a haven for those without AC. We hear that a lot, a cool place to be. We're requesting an increase to our base budget for repair and maintenance to help us maintain safe and healthy buildings by having funding needed to address large repair projects like elevator repairs and additional preventative maintenance projects so we can keep our buildings healthy and safe. This will bring us to $1.5 million to serve our 51 branches and 2 administrative offices. And over again, we heard access to the statewide collection is important. One resident summed it up best. I love that the statewide system gives me access to every branch on every island. We're requesting funds to make our transfer and delivery system far more efficient and effective than it is today. We're requesting $500,000 in FY26 and $250,000 in FY27 for an automated handling systems to improve efficiencies in how we handle books and other materials using technology and addressing some of the staffing shortages we have in the system. Currently, it's a manual process that requires many touch points to move the materials. This project will improve our processes and movements of books so that our readers get the books more quickly. Now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Mallory, to share our capital improvement project request.
Thank you to the committee for your past support with our CIP requests. On average, our 52 buildings are over 60 years old, and many of them have not had significant improvements made to them over the years since they were initially built. Waiting too long to initiate these projects will not only increase the cost of improvements over time, but in the cases of energy efficiency measures, this also helps to reduce our operating budget needs. When initiating a CIP project, we look at not only replacing equipment or systems that are near end of life, but we're also looking at upgrading accessibility, energy and cost-saving measures, as well as workflow efficiencies. We also take into account community needs and how we can renovate our physical spaces to meet known and unknown future needs. It's amazing how transformative and inviting new paint and upgraded flooring is. In the past couple of biennium budgets, we received about $160 million in CIP funds, both line item appropriations and lump sum funding. Of that amount, about $25 million was in lump sum funds, which helps to ensure that the funding is available when we need it. It has also been used to supplement line item appropriations as needed, as line item appropriations are not usually a very accurate guess of what the final project bid amount is going to be. I'm happy to report that we have not lapsed any of the CIP funds that have been awarded to the HSPLS, so we thank you for all of those past appropriations. Right now, we have approximately 10 projects statewide on every major island that went out to bid in the last year, and we expect all of them to go start some initial state of construction this next year in 2025. This ranges from a brand new building to consolidate the Kiau and Mountain View libraries, to a significant expansion of our Pearl City and Makawa libraries, and as well as a shade structure at Nanakuli. The lump sum funding will allow us to ensure that we can not only finish projects with construction funding and also allow us to simultaneously initiate the planning and design of new projects. This flexibility allows us to continuously work to improve our library statewide at any given time. As of right now, we have a little over 50 projects that we're working on, including those 10 that will be starting construction next year. And so the requested $25 million in 26 and the $25 million requested in 27 will ensure that projects that are already under design will be able to go out to bid in 2025. Thank you for your time.
In closing, I've been thinking a lot about communities and what does it mean, and thinking about neighborhoods, and I was thinking about Mr. Rogers. I don't know if anybody ever watched Mr. Rogers. I may be showing my age now. He taught us that being a good neighbor means working together to solve complex issues and cultivate a world in which people can fulfill their true purpose. Our public libraries are places where people can do that, and that's the work that we do. They are neighborhood institutions with immense returns on an exceptionally modest investment. The funding we are requesting will contribute to directly meeting our mission, which is to inspire curiosity, create opportunities for all to read, learn, and connect. We thank you for your support and your attention, and happy to answer any questions you may have. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Members, questions? Representative Loy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, ladies, for being here. I just had one question on your CIP appropriations, and I know it's for new facilities, one being a co-location of a library in the Cal Mountain View area. But when I look at your table, it noted pending, a bid protest.
Yeah, that has been resolved.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you guys are ready to go on that?
Yeah, and we have enough funding for that.
Funding for that. Great. Thank you so much. That's it, Chair.
That was
Thank you.
resolved in probably the last month or so.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you. I
Okay,
yield.
thank you very much. Members, further questions? Libraries. Okay, Vice Chair. It's usually her passion.
For the other members, I am a library information science professional. So me and State Librarian have lots of good talks every year. I did want to note that, in your testimony, you highlighted one of the challenges as, more people coming into these public spaces with mental health or substance abuse issues, and, understanding that library is not a place where services like that are necessarily addressed, but it is an open space where all are welcomed. You did mention some of the partnerships. Is this part, or some of the things we're trying to do to mitigate the situations, or hopefully, maybe move these people into appropriate services? Is that the kind of partnerships you're doing with maybe other departments or community groups or nonprofits at all? Or is there any kind of collaboration happening in that space for sites that we know that this is happening regularly?
It's a little bit different in every community. We have spoken at the state level, we work with the county level, and they're all struggling too with the same issues of the challenges of mental health. So what we have been focused on this year has been training. We're going to be doing more training for our staff. We have partnered with UH in the past and had social work students come in and intern in the libraries. So sometimes things work and sometimes they don't. We just continue to look for people who are doing that kind of work that we can partner with, because we don't want to compete. I know there are examples on the mainland where people have put in social workers into the libraries, but then the library has to compete for funding to provide that, and I rather work with our partners. So we continue to identify within each of the communities different people who can help us out, and then working with law enforcement.
So is the training, I guess, the staff is getting maybe kind of like some identification, some de-escalation, that kind of thing, and when to try and maybe do a call to a service agency that might be appropriate to be able to respond?
This year we're going to be working on crisis prevention. So paying attention and identifying issues before they get out of hand. And so we're hoping that will be a good start for our staff. But we continue to have to do training. Our staff are taking training on trauma and how to better work with people who are experiencing trauma. It's an ongoing issue that, again, every community is slightly different. And so we try to work with whoever is within the community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions, members? Representative Morikawa.
Thank you, Chair.
Followed by
Hi, good to see you. My question is about the Kapa Library. It's going to be relocated to near Mahelona, is that correct?
Yes. Uh-huh.
What's the timeline on that?
That's a good question. So we're part of the bigger plan. So the speaker is working on the master plan, and we're part of that master plan. And while that master plan is being completed, we have a location where the library can go, so we can begin our planning and design work, so that once the master plan is completed, we'll actually have our part. We're hoping that it all falls into alignment. The actual construction will be based on when all of the utilities based on the infrastructure that has to be built too.
And then when that is completed, I know this is looking way in the future, what happens to the old site?
It'll be turned back to the state, so Department of Land and Natural Resources.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Just to add in, our environmental assessment has already been completed for the San Mahelona site.
Okay, thank you. Representative Templo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that quote. I really like Mr. Rogers, and that was heartwarming. But I feel like the libraries have so much potential, and I just wanted to know a little bit more about how the tech lab is doing in Waipahu, and do you guys have plan on expanding on stuff like that?
So the tech lab is still there, and students are still coming in. We have to reinstitute another, we used to have small cohorts of students learning how to code and learning how to game in a safe and healthy way. So we want to expand that and continue that work. But right now, it really is a lab where the students are coming in and they're gaming and they can do the coding classes if they'd like. We did purchase more computers to expand, and we are looking at expanding into Kahuku. And so once we have two, then it won't be like a fax machine anymore. So we can have two. We have two cohorts of students learning how to game, and then we can have them battle each other. So in positive ways. So we would like to continue to expand. We want to move first on this beyond just the fax machine. Only one person has it. It's not as useful, and create that second lab in Kahuku this year.
Have you guys thought about like expanding the library to have co-working spaces and extending the hours for the public to use? Is that of interest that you guys hear about?
Mm-hmm. It's very interesting because we actually did discuss, we went to, a couple of years ago, we were on the Big Island and we had conversations with some of the community members, and there were already some co-working spaces in Hilo. And so we don't want to compete against any of the co-working businesses, but in the spaces where there aren't other businesses, there's we have interest, and we want to know from the community, is that something they're looking into? And if we have the space, we can try to create that. Our newer libraries that we're building smaller meeting rooms. So there'll be much more meeting space that we could probably do that more. So Ke'au Mountain View will have more meeting spaces. Waikoloa will have more meeting spaces. Pearl City is going to have more meeting spaces. So I think there is definitely an opportunity. But we definitely don't want to compete with the local businesses that are trying to do that. In terms of hours, we are this year looking at our hours and reviewing them and taking all the feedback that we've gotten from the public. We would like to improve our hours. We haven't changed our hours since pre-pandemic because we were so low in staffing, but we're starting to staff up again. But even with staffing up, we probably won't meet all the hours. So in order to have longer hours or more hours, we're going to have more staff because you only have so many hours from the bodies that you have, and especially in the rural communities where we only have a few people. So we have to think creatively about how we provide access, and perhaps it's just changing around the hours a bit so that they're a little bit later in the day in some areas where they've been earlier.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Okay, Vice Chair.
Actually, with the automated handling system, have you guys run numbers on how much time you think that might free up from current staff to maybe do things like extend hours?
I know we talked with a few businesses about these systems because we were trying to get a handle on how much would it cost and what would it look like. And I'm sure they have time studies. I'll get more information to you on what they've come up with their systems.
I'd like to add that the first year we were looking at implementing the handling system on Oahu, which serves 25 libraries. So that's our biggest bang for the buck, and also that's our central point to distribute to neighbor islands. So we'll gain a lot of efficiency just within our Oahu staff, driving staff.
So we're starting with them, and ultimately we want to expand to our larger libraries. Hilo has 7 book drops, which I've never seen 7 book drops, and they fill them up. Because people travel, they trip chain on the weekends and they come to Hilo, and so they are full. And so our staff have to go in and grab the books, put them on a truck, and then
Manually sort.
manually sort them. With the new sorter, people would basically put them into the slot, and it would start to go the right way. So it will save a lot of time, I think, for those libraries. And then for the drivers, I think definitely, because they are hand sorting everything. So our Oahu drivers come back, they bring the boxes off the truck, and then they're manually sorting. So now they'll just put them on the conveyor belt, sort, and then it'll be boxed and ready for them to go. But the exact timing, I'll find out. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Okay, thank you very much for coming, and we look forward again to
Thank you.
working
Have a
with
good
you.
day.
Thank you. Members, we're in recess to 1:30. This time it's for real 1:30. going to reconvene the Committee on Finance for our informational briefings. Next up, we have the Department of Business, Economic Development, and Tourism. Welcome, Director, Deputy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. So I'll start, and we'll give you the economic landscape of how we worked on these slide decks and how we are trying to tie DBEDT into the big picture and satisfy and support the needs of the business community. So thank you for this opportunity, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Takanouchi, Chair Iligan, thank you for being here, and members of the Finance Committee. Mahalo for this opportunity to present our goals, objectives, and budget requests to this committee. We've asked all of our appropriate managers and agency directors to be available with us to present their programs and to respond to any questions you may have. They're sitting behind us, and we'll introduce them at a later point. I've always said I'm the most fortunate department head in the state government, and allow me to introduce the people that make our jobs as smooth as it possibly can be. Sitting next to me is Deputy Director Dane Wicker. He is the accelerant and the glue in the department that strategizes and coordinates the visions for DBEDT. Deputy Wicker and I will be presenting a slide deck that will help to explain the direction and the purpose of our funding requests after I make the introductions of our team. In our main office is Don Murata, Kellyanne Yamamoto, Lacey Goshi, and Margaret Liu. They are our backbones in our office, and all of our divisions work with them on a daily basis to move things along. They are currently holding up the fort as we are here. I'll go through the agencies, and I'll ask the managers and executive directors to stand when their names are called. Okay. Hawaii Tourism Authority, Daniel Naho'opi. Hawaii Community Development Authority, Greg Nakamoto. I cannot see you, so can you? I want to make sure you say aloha so I can go to the next one. Thank you. Hawaii Technology Development Authority. We hired a new executive director, and that person is in flux, but the person that has been here for the last 2, maybe 3 years now, holding down the fort, is Wayne Inouye. Hawaii State Energy Office, Mark Glick. Stephen Wells is in the back. Mark's unable to be here today. Hawaii Green Infrastructure, Gwen Yamamoto Lau. Our Business Development and Support Division, Dennis Ling. Aloha. Foreign Trade Zone, David Sinking. Aloha. Creative Industries, Georgia Skinner. Aloha. Our Reed Office Research Economic Analysis Division is Dr. Tian, who you heard from this past week. The Small Business Regulatory Review Board, a small office, but very, very influential, Dori Pelkovich. Hawaii Broadband Digital Equity Office, Chung Chang. The Stadium Authority, Ryan Andrews. The Natural Energy Laboratory of Hawaii. We are in the process of hiring an executive director, but Laurence is here this afternoon. The Agribusiness Development Corporation, Wendy Gady.
Happy Aloha Friday.
She got a lot of energy. Hawaii Housing Finance and Development Corporation, Dean Minakami. The Land Use Commission, Dan Orendenker. The Office of Planning and Sustainable Development, Mary Alice Evans. I think that's our divisions. Oh, sorry. The newest division, and somebody that we're very proud to be a part of our team, is Laurie Moore, and this is the macro division, the Military Community Relations Office. Hello. Thank you very much, Chair, for that opportunity. I think it's very important for this committee to have us do that introduction because many of you are freshmen and brand new, and when I started as a freshman, I had no idea how many agencies was in DBED, and it's a lot of people doing a lot of good work. Okay. So right to the slide deck. The Department of Business, Economic Development and Tourism is one of Hawaii's 19 principal departments and serves as a critical driver of the state's economic development. With 10 attached agencies and 7 divisions, DBED is uniquely positioned to lead Hawaii's economic diversification and innovation efforts through a comprehensive and layered approach. Each agency specializes in strategic sectors such as tourism, energy, creative industries, housing, and technological development. These agencies play a pivotal role in advancing targeted initiatives across the state. Our divisions focus on core areas: business development, planning, international trade, issuing a cohesive strategic plan for economic growth. Connecting and layering programs and incentives, DBED's strengths lie in the ability to integrate and layer programs and incentives across its agencies and divisions to maximize impact. The approach allows businesses, industries, and communities to benefit from a seamless ecosystem of support. Examples include leveraging incentives like enterprise zones programs, small business innovation research grants, manufacturing assistance programs to drive innovation and export growth, aligning specific sector programs such as creative lab innovation centers and food production and innovation network with broader economic goals, supporting housing development, renewable energy, and technology through agencies like Hawaii Housing Finance and Development Corporation, Hawaii State Energy Office, and Hawaii Technology Development Corporation. DBED's comprehensive structure allows the strategic alignment of policies, programs, and resources. By connecting these elements, DBED fosters innovation, support workforce development, and drives economic resilience. The department's focus on collaboration ensures that Hawaii's economy remains dynamic and diversified, ready to meet the challenges and opportunities for the future. Deputy Director and I will go over the following. What is the state of Hawaii's economy? How do we anchor and diversify Hawaii's economy and reverse the brain drain? Share our cradle to career framework and share how we are implementing this plan. Over the past 2 years, 18 months, we've worked really, really hard to try to figure out how we can get all of these things in coordinated. The brain drain, we all know people are leaving. You know, one of the biggest things that we were told by businesses is they need help with workforce development. So we put a big emphasis on workforce development. People are, looking for employees in every single industry that you can think of. In many cases, in Hawaii, you've never seen the type of reactions that we've had with restaurants closing 1 day a week, some closing 2 days a week, and that's because they don't have employees. So, we look at where Hawaii lies in the economics as we compare with other states, and that's our main focus, is to change that. We need to be a state that wants to do business, and that people throughout the country know that we will do business, and more importantly, that the people in Hawaii, people who grew up in Hawaii that want to stay home can have that opportunity to stay home. Hawaii's economy is at a pivotal juncture, shaped by both long-standing challenges and emerging opportunities. The state is navigating a complex economic environment characterized by a significant reliance on tourism. Alongside efforts to diversify into sectors such as renewable energy, technology, agriculture, and creative industries, tourism remains the backbone of Hawaii's economy, contributing almost 11% to the state's GDP. Visitor arrivals and visitor spending had rebounded following the pandemic, with recent data showing a steady recovery, although variations across source markets show the reliance on tourism has highlighted vulnerabilities, and we all know that, prompting a stronger push towards economic diversification. Workforce and economic disparities. Hawaii faces a tight labor market with one of the lowest unemployment rates in the nation. Despite this, the high cost of living and limited wage growth in key sectors have led to the outward migration, particularly among younger demographics. This underscores the urgency of workforce development initiatives aimed at retaining talent and filling critical gaps in sectors like healthcare, technology, and agriculture. Infrastructure and development. The state needs to invest heavily in infrastructure to support economic growth and resilience. Through the expansion of innovation hubs and manufacturing facilities, we'll lay the groundwork for advancing technology and creative opportunities. Economic diversification. Hawaii's diversification strategy focuses on industries like aerospace, agriculture, aquaculture, advanced manufacturing, and creative media. Programs like Food and Product Innovation Networks and the Creative Lab Innovation Center are key to fostering small business growth, promoting made in Hawaii brands and products, and scaling local industries for export markets. As you remember, when we went to Haneda with the governor, the pop-up that happened in Haneda Airport was one of the largest pop-ups that Haneda Airport has ever had. And those are the types of things that we want to continue on the mainland and worldwide, because people appreciate Hawaii products, and having those opportunities really puts a spotlight on Hawaii for its exporting of products. Challenges and opportunities despite progress. Hawaii faces challenges such as housing shortages, supply chain constraints, and the need for regulatory reforms to accelerate development. At the same time, partnerships, and private sector leaders, federally funded opportunities and initiatives through plans present pathways to sustainable growth. DBEDT's economic landscape framework demonstrates both resilience and potential. The ongoing alignment of resources, infrastructure, and innovation is critical to ensuring that the state's economy not only rebounds, but evolves into a more diversified and sustainable future. Hawaii consistently ranks among the bottom 10 in U.S. states in overall business and economic environment evaluations by multiple entities. Metrics include business creation and growth costs, workforce and infrastructure development, access to capital, technology and innovation, and affordability. Key strengths and weaknesses. Strengths, moderate workforce development. Weakness, high business costs, limited access to finance, underdeveloped infrastructure, and innovation. I'd like to now turn it over to Deputy Director Dane Wicker for him to take over the bus for now.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. So one other thing to note on this slide is the CNBC ranking. And as they evaluate all 50 states, they use 128 metrics across 10 competitive categories. And the way they weight it is basically on how you're marketing what you say you're going to do. So take workforce development, for example. If we say we're going to focus on workforce development, how well do we market it and how well do we execute that? Up until now, that has been the _1 metric CNBC has used. They just went back to a 2007 metric as the top, which is infrastructure. And that is now the highest weighted category since 2007. So state mandates. So in putting this framework together, we did not want to recreate the wheel. We went back and looked at studies, reports, and plans that we can use to develop this framework. As I go through the remaining slides, I'll plug in some of the budget requests that we are asking to help us deliver either the implementation or the planning to get us to the next phase or the next step of a project. Our economic development and sustainability efforts are guided by a series of legislative mandates and the governor's priorities, all working toward a resilient and diversified economy. These mandates and priorities address critical areas such as food security, energy resiliency, and housing, while aligning with long-term environmental and economic development goals. The mandates that are driving our plan begin with Act 151 from 2019, Food Security and Resiliency, which aims to double Hawaii's food production and increase agricultural exports. In addition, this promotes the Farm to State initiative to integrate locally sourced food into public institutions. Piggybacking on that is Act 175 from 2021 and Act 176, which requires 30% of food served in public schools be locally sourced by 2030, as well as establishing requirements for state departments to purchase a percentage of fresh local agricultural products or value-added goods, supporting local agriculture and processing industries. Act 97 from 2015 mandates the 100% RPS by 2045, and Act 15 from 2018 commits Hawaii to achieving a net zero emissions by 2045. To operationalize these mandates, DBEDT established 2 internal working groups, beginning with our Integrated Land Use Strategy Working Group, which aligns land use planning with goals for housing, food security, and sustainable development. And as you'll see, we have land use at top, as all 3 industries are competing for one resource, and that's land. And we're running into conflicts, so we have to start with priority and then map out the uses to address any conflicts. The second is our Housing Strategy Working Group. As DBEDT has a few agencies that touch housing, we want it to be a coordinated effort and communication. The key focus areas that these 2 working groups included were food security and resiliency, energy stability and resiliency, and housing. In addition, in aligning with the governor's priorities of affordable housing, climate mitigation and resiliency, and First Lady's Feed the Children initiative with the Child Nutrition Program. Through a combination of these legislative mandates, strategic working groups, and the governor's initiatives, Hawaii is building a foundation for long-term sustainability, economic resiliency, and improved quality of life for our residents. It's critical that our efforts in aligning these programs are driving their successful implementation. And through our budget requests, we're asking for 4 positions under Office of Planning under BED 144, 3 permanent FTE for our Special Plans Branch, which is to help us through the planning of these 3 sectors, and then we'll transition implementation to our attached agencies, as well as to continue a phase 2 of an act done for statewide planning. We're asking for 1 temporary position for 1 year in funds. We can cover the details after the slide. So sectors that diversify Hawaii's economy. So we have to be disciplined. And through our Research Economic Analysis Division and through their report, we're targeting these emerging industries as critical to the state's diversification strategy. These industries were carefully analyzed in the 2024 Targeted and Emerging Industries Update Report just released by our Research Economic Analysis Division on an annual basis. It represents sectors with the potential to generate high-quality jobs, enhance our competitiveness, and foster economic resilience. The targeted industries and categories based on their contribution to Hawaii's economic diversification and productivity growth are the following: our technology sector, our creative sector, agribusiness sector, and health and wellness sector. Through targeted investments and strategic support, DBEDT seeks to amplify the performance of Hawaii's emerging industries. The department's focus on high-growth sectors, ensuring that Hawaii remains competitive in global markets while fostering sustainable growth. This narrative ties the findings from the 2024 report into DBEDT strategic initiatives in our framework. So as we dive into these 3 sectors, for tech and innovation, we're focused on the following industries: aerospace, advanced manufacturing, healthcare, and energy. For our creative industries division, which helps encompass our culture as well, media, fashion and design, and music. And then in product development, value-add products, food and non-food products, and intellectual property. To accomplish this, we've established an incubation to maturity framework. And I'll turn it over to the director.
To drive economic diversification and sustainable growth, DBEDT is implementing a strategic framework focused on 4 key pillars. These pillars serve as a foundation for aligning resources, addressing gaps, and building a resilient economy that supports Hawaii's long-term goals. Workforce development, preparing for the next generation. DBEDT recognizes the critical role of education and workforce development and in building a future-ready economy. Partnerships with the University of Hawaii and the Department of Education ensure alignment between curriculum and industry. By identifying required skill sets and working with the educational institutions, DBEDT aims to prepare Hawaii's workforce to meet demands in key industries from creative media to clean energy. So I want to spend some time talking about that. when Deputy Director got to DBED, we knew if we wanted to train our children for jobs that exist in Hawaii, we had to go find out where those children were, where the jobs were, and connect the two. So we knew that for media, the west side of Oahu, intermediate schools on Kauai have excellent film programs. So we collaborated with the schools to make sure that we got into the schools so that we developed curriculum so that they could go from high school to the community college and then training into at the Sandbox and with CID. You know, we are focused on workforce development. We found that one of our employees in CID was so good at working with the different nonprofits, the different people that are doing workforce development, and we wanted to tie them all together. You know, Climb High is a group and the lay program led by Julie Morikawa. She brings hundreds, if not thousands, of people to the convention center in the hotel from the high schools to learn about the hotel industry. So we wanted to combine that with what the state is doing, with what the Workforce Development Council is doing, with what the private sector is doing. But just combining with the university and the DOE, in speaking with the DOE, they have never been asked to do that before, and they really think that that's the right thing to do because we know, as some of you may have college-age kids, it's very expensive to send your child to a college, especially, you know, even if it's the University of Hawaii. And in some cases, parents pay $30,000 to $100,000 a year to send their kid to college. And we know that if they have this opportunity, whether it's in healthcare, the governor's, one of his key initiatives is healthcare. So by tying all of these different nonprofits together, which we have met and we have been meeting with the chamber and many others, we will come up with hopefully a resource that people can look for, that if our kid is interested in labor unions and the trade unions, that they have a site to go to. We met with all of the trade unions. They're all on board because they want to make sure that our kids stay home. So this is critical to workforce development, and we know that it's going to be critical to the jobs that we work with in Hawaii, or we support here in Hawaii. Regulatory environment, creating a business-friendly ecosystem. An efficient regulatory environment is essential to fostering entrepreneurship and supporting small businesses. DBED collaborates with the Small Business Regulatory Review Board to streamline regulations and remove barriers to industry growth. Efforts focused on creating a supportive ecosystem that allows businesses to thrive while maintaining compliance with state standards. So I would say to you as members that when constituents call you and they ask you about, all these regulatory issues that my business people are complaining about, we have an office here that has a board that deals directly with that, and that's Dory, who I introduced earlier. So, please utilize that resource. Capital formation, fueling industry growth. Access to capital is a cornerstone of economic development. DBED coordinates tax credits and incentives to attract investment, support industry growth, and provide funding for innovation. By creating a system where industries are supported in their early stages and gradually wean off subsidies, Hawaii builds a self-sustaining economic model. The governor's pillar, climate and resiliency. In alignment with the governor's Greens policies, DBED integrates climate and resiliency into aspects of its economic strategy. Investments in renewable energy, clean transportation, and resilient infrastructure support Hawaii's commitment to a sustainable future. These initiatives not only protect Hawaii's natural resources, but also position the state as a leader in climate action and economic resiliency. By advancing these strategic pillars, DBED is moving the needle in an effort to create a diversified economy that supports innovation, empowers the workforce, and fosters a sustainable and resilient future for Hawaii. I'm not sure how much time. We're okay? On the time? Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, there
Okay,
we go.
well, we can answer questions if you want.
So mapping out our comprehensive strategy for workforce development, DBEDT is implementing a strategic layered approach to align workforce development with Hawaii's economic goals. By working collaboratively with stakeholders, the department is identifying key resources, addressing gaps, and fostering partnerships to create a sustainable pipeline of skilled talent. We're starting with the end in mind, working backwards from employers. Oh, pardon me. We're working to build on that P20 pathway with DOE and the P20 system. We seek to align assets and partnerships, leverage geographical strengths, and incentivize targeted growth. This integrated approach ensures that workforce development efforts are targeted, industry-driven, and scalable, laying the foundation for a resilient and diversified economy while addressing the needs of Hawaii businesses and communities. One of the key industries we're focused on is exports. Hawaii's economic future hinges on the ability to expand exports and scale industries that create sustainable and resilient revenue streams. Exporting not only broadens our tax base, but also significantly increases tax revenues, enabling the state to reinvest in our critical infrastructure, our social services, and future-focused initiatives. A key strategy lies in value-added manufacturing, which enhances local resources and products to command higher market value. This is where we leverage our Made in Hawaii brand. By focusing on value-added industries, Hawaii pays for its sustainability and resiliency goals, ensuring long-term economic stability. For example, sectors like the food product innovation, aquaculture, and advanced manufacturing represent prime opportunities to maximize Hawaii's unique resources and cultural identity while driving export growth. So with workforce development, we want to answer the big question. And utilizing DBEDT's cradle-to-career objective, we aim to provide a clean answer to our high school population, our high school graduates. And that question is, what is your path after graduation? DBEDT acknowledges the fact that 49% of Hawaii's public school graduates do not enroll in college in the first fall after graduation. And we are committed to bridging that gap between education and employment, ensuring that our high school students are equipped with the skills and training necessary to meet demands of the state's economy. Recognizing the importance of early intervention, DBEDT actively collaborates with stakeholders in workforce development to address critical needs at each stage of the talent pipeline. And that includes with our participation on the Workforce Development Council. Some of the CT pathways we've worked with in alignment with the Department of Education, tying it back to the three sectors we mentioned earlier, are up on the following: Creative Industries Division, Healthcare Workforce Development, Manufacturing and Innovation, Agriculture and Natural Resources. We're also asking for 2 budget requests to help us move the needle on these initiatives. The first is under 105, BD 105, that's the Creative Industries Division. Director mentioned earlier the Workforce Development Specialist we have. It's currently on federal funds through the Good Jobs Initiative. We would like to take that position and expand it department-wide, representation on the Workforce Development Council, as well as in our attached agencies to help align and further the CT advancement. We're also asking under BED 100, which is Business Development and Support Division. Last year, under Act 89, it established a healthcare workforce development program. We are in year 2 of that, and we're asking for $1.45 million to help with the healthcare training workforce. And we just received data this morning. The report was highlighted in the Star Advertiser. And Healthcare Association of Hawaii has noted that the 1 year already has caused a decrease in the vacancy. So there is success with this program. We also, as Director mentioned, DBEDT has been doing site visits and meetings with the DOE, including the Kapolei High School, Evo Makai Middle School, Campbell High School, Wailua High School, Waipahu Complex Area, and Pearl City Complex Area. In addition, we're working with the University of Hawaii Community College System and UH West Oahu, Academy for Creative Media, the Honolulu Community College with their Fashion Design Technology program, their Mele Music program, and Advanced Research Lab at Manoa Innovation Center. So putting that framework into place for manufacturing, We are working backwards from a potential pilot with the Honolulu Community College and Department of Defense of summer of 2025. Long-term would be an opportunity for public-private partnership with Department of Defense and private businesses, for example, Pacific Shipyards. Internship and training would be provided by Department of Defense as well as those private businesses and our unions, our trades. Curriculum is being provided by DoD to Honolulu Community College. In addition, they'll help train the technicians for manufacturing. College of Engineering at the University of Manoa has 2 pathways of material science and fabrication, and then plugging into that from DOE and leveraging their CTE program in trades, welding, and machining, as well as Department of Defense is working with Yale High School teachers to provide training. So advanced manufacturing is basically taking a material and building up and then CNCing it down. So we have the Department of Defense here, you have the aerospace with U.S. Space Force. They need components made and they cannot wait months or years to get that shipped over. So there's an opportunity here to develop advanced manufacturing with robotics and leveraging our STEM programs as well as the high school maker spaces to create a pathway for students to have a high-paying manufacturing job. A challenge to this too will also be the stabilization of our energy prices, and we'll talk about that later.
I just would interject real quickly too that when we talk about these pillars, we get the data from our READ office, and we know that these are the emerging industries that are coming up. So it's not like we just, pick things out of the sky. We know that people are interested in these manufacturing and the Melee program, fashion design, and all of that. So that's why we chose these industries as targets.
Our macro office and HTDC have been very vital in getting this communication stood up. At this point in time, there are no requests, fortunately, for the state as DOD is providing a lot of the training and potential equipment for our students to learn. And they'll be plugging those equipment into several high schools, which is yet to be determined. For Food and Product Innovation Network, the employers consist of various small to medium businesses. Those businesses go through our partnered programs like Aina to Makeke, our Mana Up cohorts, and Papa Makekes. Leeward Community College is spearheading this initiative with Agribusiness Development Corporation. In addition, Maui College has their food innovation facility. We do have a budget request, and I'll highlight that on a later slide, to do planning for the neighbor islands of Kauai and Hawaii Community College, Palama Nui. This ties into the CTE programs of business management, finance, and marketing, as well as the agricultural, food, and natural resources. So this is the pipeline to create and stand up and expand our value-added product development businesses, our cottage industries. And our Creative Lab Innovation Center. We just completed the report based off of HCR 184. It mapped out challenges and solutions for what the fashion and design, our music, as well as our media industry needs. The goal here, and goes back to that big question, when you ask the high school student who go through a Seawriter Productions or Kapolei or Campbell program, for example, even Waimea High School, do you want to work on a major production? Do you want to do your own independent production? Or do you want to continue on to college? We're partnering with programs like ICANN, the unions, the Good Jobs Initiative, and several cohorts provided by those on the slide there. The key post-secondary high school partners are UH West Oahu for Academy for Creative Media, and Honolulu Community College through Fashion Technology and the Melee Music Program. We did do a site visit to ACM. They do have facilities. It was a good visit. We're not looking to recreate or replicate or be redundant, but understanding is ACM does need some positions provided to do the post-production and get their facilities up in use. And then we have a list of current CTE and schools we have toured to put this pipeline together. So implementation. We talked a lot about the framework, the workforce development, and our pathway to get there. So how are we doing this implementation? We went back and we looked at reports and studies, and we wanted to pull together the common themes. Economic foundation, strengthening anchors, developing workforce and human capital, and cultivating emerging sectors were all relevant across. We are asking for one position under BED 144 to help out with phase 2 of Act 26, and which will be a special plans project coordinator. In addition, the 3 positions we asked for earlier will help us continue the next steps in mapping out things that were asked for in the 2023 SEDS study, as well as the 2010 Rural Economic Development Report. And currently, OPSD is working on the Hawaii Economic Recovery and Resilience Project, which through data-driven strategies will support economic diversification and enhance the state's ability to withstand external shocks, as we witnessed with COVID and natural disasters. What is interesting to point out too with our Rural Economic Development Report, it noted the difficulties with our post-sugar industry. So how do we look in our rural communities that are moving away from sugar and pineapple and bring in economic projects through infrastructure investments and facilities to bring in a new economy there? So as we leverage our programs across the state, this is what it looks like through the three major sectors. Short term, we're looking at NELHA to promote aquaculture initiatives to create immediate economic impacts. We're looking to facilitate partnerships that drive green technology and energy innovation. We will be looking for a ED search, I believe, this coming spring. OPSD short term is helping us to continue guiding our land use planning and strategy and policies to support food security and affordable housing and sustainable resource management. Creative industries will continue to strengthen their creative economy by expanding opportunities in film, fashion, music, and digital media through facilities such as the Creative Lab Innovation Center. Long-term, CID will be supporting small businesses through those centers. HTDC, we can leverage and align through our ecosystem to continue to invest in innovation through startup grants, incubators, and technology commercialization. And our Hawaii Housing Finance Development Corp will continue to address our housing shortage to support workforce retention by providing housing both at Tier 1 and Tier 2, which Tier 2 would hit our blue-collar moderate workforce. I'll just skip over some of these slides. You have some of our descriptions here.
Believe it or not, this is the short version, and in the file that we sent you are really the weeds of a lot of this. So, we wanted to make sure that we were prepared with a lot of information, and, we were hoping that by doing this slide deck, we would be able to answer some of the questions in advance. But, we can take questions now, Chair, or if you want us to finish the...
Okay. We do have a few more slides. Now we get into the crux of a few more of our budget asks. So one thing to highlight is the success of the Value Added Product Development Center that just opened up last March in Central Oahu. And as Leeward continues to develop the programming and become the hub and work with the Neighbor Island Innovation Centers as it spoke, this is the success we look forward to aim. So 8 companies that went through the facility will be headed to the Fancy Food Show this month. Development Support Division and Leeward Community College. And 3 businesses have secured sales contracts with local grocers such as ABC. That's because these facilities reduced risks. They provided packaging, marketing, skill sets, and education, and were able to help businesses understand how they can scale up to meet these sales demands. We want to replicate this on a neighbor island. We're asking for $350,000 for planning funds to work with the University of Hawaii Community Design Center. This was the proof of concept they did for Central Oahu, and they could provide the same services as we map out for Kauai and for Maui and Big Island. This is the actual facility. It provides expensive equipment for small to medium businesses to access that they normally can't access. They don't have the history or the capital to go get the loan to do that. In addition, we don't want them to make the mistake of spending $75,000 or more buying a piece of equipment, and it comes out that's the wrong piece of equipment or won't help them scale up. This process helps reduce the risk and reduce the overhead for our small to medium businesses. It also gives them open access. So we're looking at all companies that can come in and use this facility. Another objective that we're doing to help double food production as well as help with the farm to school is a Central Oahu food hub. This 40-acre site becomes a state plan because we can replicate this model across the state. We can scale it up or scale it down to what the needs are of that microclimate and that economy. A few things I want to highlight with this is that every facility that's being planned in Central Oahu is addressing either a mandate or providing a solution to the ag or value-added business. A few to highlight here is the Food and Product Innovation Facility. So this is ADC's Kuleana. This is phase 2. So as the businesses move out of the educational facility that Leeward provides, they need to be tested to scale up, or if they're going to fail here. This facility is a short-term facility for them to lease and understand what equipment and their space needs are. If they need to expand the shelf life of their products so they can export out of state or export internationally, they'll be utilizing the high-pressure processing facility, which ADC has a current request for in the budget, as well as we have some funding to start with the RFP. DOE will be doing their regional kitchen facility, which is slated to open up June of 2027 to produce meals with produce procured from the neighboring farms on the 4,000 acres surrounding this region. To the left of the HPP facility will be the future site of cold storage. So that provides the value add as well as DOE cold storage capabilities for their meals. We talk about resiliency a lot, and what we witnessed in COVID is that if we don't have the right infrastructure in place, or if our ports get taken out, we'll be in a tough spot when it comes to imports. In the event of a natural disaster, the schools do become shelters. DOE's regional kitchens become the meal providers, still procuring food from the farmers and utilizing the facility to extend shelf life of HPP and storing it in our cold storage. So we're creating a resilient infrastructure system while addressing the economic needs of the small to medium businesses as well as the federal, our state mandates. We're looking at a site in Kohala to replicate this site plan. We have a budget request of $1.3 million to look at purchasing 40 acres in Hawaii. This is a former sugar plantation community. So we're replicating this model in our rural communities. One of the challenges for our pork industry, for them to expand, and not only to feed our DOE system as well as our state departments that have to follow Act 176, is they don't have the proper facility to do small animal processing. The Kalailoa facility's capacity has been 100% by beef. So we're looking at a $4 million request to do a small animal processing facility on Oahu. We're targeting a place in Kunia along the Ag Corridor. This would service all the way from Kualoa up through Kuhuku, North Shore, through Central Oahu, down to Kunia. And we're asking for $4 million to start the plan, design, and land acquisition for a small animal slaughterhouse facility. We also have several requests under BED 170 for irrigation systems. Primarily right now, these are on lands that ADC owns in Central Oahu and in Kauai in the Kekaha area. We have budget requests for land purchase as well as infrastructure upgrades and purchasing of wells, current well systems. Their last report that we could find in 2007 on an irrigation system provided an economic impact of $85 million. Bulk of it was on Oahu, but it did have a small impact on all three neighbor islands. With a lot of the plantation lands have a lack of infrastructure for water. So we have to either acquire the existing infrastructure or put in that place. One of the last requests is going to be, it's in the budget for $500,000. The request was pared down. We were looking at this site next to the Kalailoa Film Studios to acquire for the Creative Lab Innovation Center. So as we completed the HCR 184, which focused on what are the challenges and issues for our fashion design and music industry, the CID team put together stakeholder groups. They did surveys. They gathered a lot of data, and coming back is something similar to what we saw in value added. For our apparel industry, our jewelry designers, as well as the musicians, they don't have the commercial space to go and either print their product or do their research or record. They're knocking on the doors at Honolulu Community College, but as an educational facility, they're not set up for commercialization, nor do they have the capacity to take in that commercialization. So we would like for the consideration of exploring this opportunity to develop a Creative Lab Innovation Center to give that industry the manufacturing equipment they need to scale up and hit exports. Lastly, we'll go through a few things on our ecosystem. So these are existing programs. Our Business Development Support Division, they offer workshops, and they've done those workshop trainings in various areas, including the Convention Center. What is unique is that through the Value Added Product Development Center in their classroom space, BDSD is looking at doing the workshops there. And that's key because as the value-added programs or the businesses go through the educational phase, the Business Development Support Division through the Hawaii Made in Hawaii, as well as their Seabed loan program and their High Step program can educate those businesses on what type of regulations, their design of the label, if they look to get into a national market or international market. As the businesses go out through phase 2 and phase 3 from ADC to private brick and mortar, we can really align our current incentives to target those growths for industry because we know they're going to be proven. They've gone through phase 2. They're going to succeed. It really helps to leverage our MAP program, our SBIR program. And as they move out, the state could consider building warehouses to take in those brick and mortar if there's a lack of private business commercial space, or encourage them to really go into our enterprise zones, utilize our foreign trade zone program, and utilize our high-step program. We also did a similar ecosystem for our creative industries division, tapping existing programs as well as private sector. One other key thing, this is a highlight here on funding that was provided by the legislature last year. So geothermal, we were given $6 million by the legislature through HTDC. Governor pared it down to $3 million. That $3 million will allow us to accomplish phase 1 out of this 6-phase first round. We are looking to do a community engagement, develop a framework to get a 50 to 100 megawatt project on the Big Island through the 2.4 million. The goal here is to get to exploration of where private sector can come in and make those investments. We have to be serious about geothermal. 1, to meet our mandate, we have to get a firm power. 2, if we're going to be looking at advanced manufacturing, value-add manufacturing, if we can't stabilize electricity costs, manufacturing won't happen here. It's going to be way too expensive. That cost cannot be continue to be borne through the products because nobody will end up buying it. Housing, we did the strategic working group. So between HCDA, LUC, and HHFDC, the governor's goal of 13,000 units by 2026. We are on a pathway in DBED, working alongside with the governor's office in Scott Glen and OPSD to deliver almost 9,000 of those units. We do have requests in our CIP budget. That includes rental housing revolving fund, the dwelling unit revolving fund, as well as a request to do tier 2 funding so we can hit the middle class workforce like our nurses, our police, our firefighters to get that type of projects going up. With that, turn to Director for closing remarks.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity. I think we shared enough for now, and we're open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, members, we're open to questions. Representative Leloy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Just real quick, on the BEAD program, the Broadband Equity Program, where are we on the spend down for that? And I'm asking that because I do see that as a vital backbone to some of the technology and some of the innovative solutions that we have kind of shrouded within DBEDT's plan.
Thank you very much for the question, Representative Leloy. Chung Chang is in charge of the division, so we will have him come up and answer that question.
Thank you. Chung Chang, Strategic Broadband Coordinator for State of Hawaii. For B program, UH is in charge. So right now, okay, so just give you a status of what's happening is the funds are committed from the federal government. We just finished what we call a challenge process. Basically, there's these FCC maps identifying who has and who doesn't have service. And those that don't have service will get the last mile infrastructure built. And so we just completed the challenge process. UH is ready to put out the RFP to select a vendor to do the deployment. So that's where it is right now. And then, okay, yeah, that, does that answer your
Just
question?
high-level timeline. Like I said, I believe that that basic infrastructure of connectivity really helps not only with growing a pipeline for education, but also growing a pipeline for small businesses that can actually start doing stuff online.
Yes. So just to give you a whole infrastructure picture of what's going on in the state, right now, Hawaiian Telecom is doing a lot of the fiber deployment before we have the federal funds being deployed. So they're started the work already. When we deploy the work and when we see the infrastructure go online with the federal monies, it could be as early as first quarter 2026. We'll start seeing last mile infrastructure going online that utilizes the BEAD money.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for that. Shifting gears a little bit, Director, you mentioned a lot of the innovative solutions and growing the pipeline around our engineering program, because we know the shipping costs for a lot of these, not only facilities, but for the machinery in the value-added pieces. Where are we on that? but also just a high-level overview as for developing that pipeline for the innovative engineering programs.
That would be the advanced manufacturing.
That's the one.
As of right now, I don't have the exact dates. What's been told from us, it's really being driven by private sector right now and Department of Defense. So I don't have a land date on the equipment, but they're looking at placing some of the robotics or welding machines through some of the high schools. Here on Oahu to start. Heard of areas probably in urban Honolulu and the Leeward Eva side.
Okay, great.
That's the start, is to get into the high schools first. I also believe they are probably looking at some investment with Honolulu Community College.
Yeah, and gentlemen, it's okay. We can circle back around later on because apparently we have a 2:30 game that we have to check on. Real quick, and then as a suggestion with DOD and some of the development of that, I know that there's the REPI program. That's another program within DOD where we also allow for the REPI program to provide funding and resources so that they can be good neighbors outside of their fences. So just offering that as a suggestion, as a way to braid funds and other resources that might help with the development of that. The brand coordinator, what's the timeline on that?
For what division?
Let's see, I wrote it down. You guys are having a local brand coordinator position or labeling, I'm sorry.
Labeling.
For our local value-added products.
Wait,
So-
is that the manager?
Yes.
The FPIN manager?
Yes.
Oh, we're currently, okay, so that position, we currently have out for recruitment. We still have it posted to receive applications.
And so we're just kind of in
And
the,
this position is a shared position with the University of Hawaii. I believe that's fine. It's the Climate Resilient Food and Product Innovation Manager.
great, okay. And then maybe we can, like I said, circle back around. There's a game we gotta get to, so.
Just so that you know, Rep. Leloy, I had been meeting with Chair Iligan because there's so many freshmen and sophomore, and I swear, when I was in the House as a freshman and a sophomore, did not understand how big DBEDT was. So, we're gonna do, whether it's via Teams, Zoom, or in person, we're gonna have a meeting with opportunities for you folks to ask specific questions to specific agencies in a more open, opportunity to say, Daniel, what is this? And that was offered by your chair of economic development, and we'll figure out what the dates and times are. But we know you guys are going through a lot of meetings right now, and it's the fire hose is real thick right now. We understand that.
Yeah, and if it's okay, I'll just go ahead and list some of those questions so that,
Sure.
Whenever we kind of connect, we can kind of drill down into that
Okay.
one area. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I yield.
Thank you. Further questions, members? Okay, Representative Alcos, followed by Labosa. Alcos.
Thank you, guys. I'm not sure how to address this question, but I'm just gonna. There was our stadium, that we're looking at. What is the plans? We're gonna be starting renovating on our UH stadium. Are we downsizing? Are we making it bigger? Are we not bigger, but are we plan on?
Not bigger.
Yeah, not bigger.
I just gave the head nod to Ryan Andrews, so he's coming up. Ryan is our stadium manager right now, and he can answer those specific questions.
Good afternoon, Ryan Andrews, Stadium Authority. So you're asking about, sorry, if you repeat what we're doing with the stadium timelines?
Yeah, University of, the stadium out.
In Halava.
Halava, yeah.
Correct, yeah. So we right now are in the third and final phase of our procurement. And we have a developer, as you probably know, Aloha Halava District Partners. We're working through, this final period is basically a negotiation period. We're negotiating 4 different contracts, not just for the stadium, but for the master development plan for the entire district. Our goal is to be in contract by the end of June 2025. And then shortly after that, you can start seeing movement on the land, meaning demolition comes first, bring that stadium down. The plan is to build a stadium at least 25,000 in capacity. If we hit this June deadline for the contract, the stadium is projected to be ready by fall of 2028. That's the goal.
Thank you. Out in Carsey Road, West Oahu, White Plains Beach area, the Navy gave 400 acres to the city, developed for sports and recs, racetrack, sports complex. What are you guys' ideas of looking at Hawaii becoming the sports hub of the Pacific? Are you thinking any of driving Hawaii towards that direction, or are you guys not even looking? Or
Okay. The first part of the question, I'm not aware of that. But as far as it comes to sports and Hawaii, being a big presence in the Pacific, it is Governor Green's goal. I love sports, Dane loves sports, so that's right in our wheelhouse. But the governor, believe it or not, he loves sports. He used to be a collegiate tennis player. I still joke with him about it, but I heard he was really good. But he, one of the initiatives we're working on right now, Representative, is we are in discussions with Asian countries that are going to be participating in the 2028 Olympics to do exhibition matches in Hawaii before they go to Los Angeles for the Olympics. The governor has a special liaison for sports, and that person is Keith Amemiya. And Keith has been working with UFC. He's been working with a lot of different sports people throughout the world in the Pacific, trying to make Hawaii a hub for all of this. The convention center, as it lays under HDIA, we're going to have a huge volleyball tournament in 2 weeks. We had just had a huge pickleball tournament, and pickleball, as many of you know, is huge in Hawaii. So we are trying to develop Hawaii as a place to do sports tourism, and that is one of the goals of the governor. So to answer your question, it is a focus.
that is good that you guys are looking at that.
Let me just also say that the governor put a position in DBED to specifically work on the goals and the programs that we just mentioned right here, and more. One of the other things is working with the high schools, which, these kids who want to play sports have opportunities, and give them opportunities to tie into some of the things that have been going on now. We had the Clippers and the Golden State Warriors game here at the Stan Sheriff Center. And for anybody who went, it was an amazing, in fact, I saw Representative Holt there. It was an amazing game. I mean, some of these kids that were there, they will never see a professional NBA game in their lives. It's just the facts of life living in Hawaii. But the ones that were there, it was a great game. It ended up on a buzzer beater. And so HTA has done that for many years, and we just want to continue and expand on that. And that's certainly one of the missions and the goals of the governor.
So if Hawaii was a sports hub, it would bring in a lot of money.
We hope so.
You guys kind of project that.
That's what we feel. We know that when there's a big sporting event in Hawaii, people come to watch the sporting events. But it's also a fact that we need a stadium to achieve that capacity.
We're looking to help for develop that Navy land, 400 acres, and try to help fixing that area up.
Thank you, Representative.
Okay, thank you, Representative Lamsa.
Thank you, Director and Deputy Director. I had a question. Wanted to know if you guys can provide an update on the Maui economic recovery that you guys convened last year, and if there are some top of mind recommendations that you can provide today, and if not right now, then if you can send it to the committee.
Sure. Okay, so I can tell you that from the state's participation and from DBED's oversight, the Maui Economic Recovery Commission ended in September. We had our last meeting, and the goal was to coordinate with the community a lot of the things to submit to the county. And Mary Alice Evans from OPSD is going to be drafting the final report, which should be coming out next month or soon, this month, January. And that report will be a collaboration of all of the hundreds of meetings that were held via Zoom and in person. I know that 3 weeks ago, the Healing Committee had an event that had over 400 people that participated, and the event was sponsored by one of the sponsors of the Maui Economic Recovery Commission. And I understand the event was incredible, and it will continue to meet because the Healing Group was trying to make sure that, you know, the people that were survivors and were totally heavily impacted by the fire, you know, have a place to communicate at, have resources to communicate with. So that will be going on for a very long time. But the turning over of a lot of the questions about water resources, about building in certain areas, economic development, will all be drafted in the report and submitted to the county. And, you know, it will also send the report to the legislature as well. So I don't know if there's a specific question for right now, but all of those questions that will come up from this report will be coming up before the end of the month.
Okay, and that will be emailed to all legislators then, or
Yes.
or at least for this committee.
She's asking if it'll be circulated to everybody, yes.
Oh, of course.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
Well, now it is, right?
Yeah.
So,
I have another question.
please.
I have some questions in regards to BED 144 Coastal Zone Management. In your testimony, you mentioned that you would like restoration of general funds for positions due to the lack of a one-to-one match with the federal funds. So are you looking for an increase of $2.5 million in general funds? I wasn't quite clear about that in the testimony.
Representative, you're asking about the change of means of financing
yes.
for our coastal zone management positions. This is a program that the federal government funds on a permanent basis, and they have required a one-to-one match for many decades. In 2009, when there was a very large reduction in force in the federal government agreed to allow us to save the positions and the individuals by using our federal grant for those 5 positions. They did it on a very temporary basis, and as our economy recovered, they have asked that we
Okay, and so you're asking us to fund how much for that then? Can you tell me the price or the cost of those positions?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Can you tell me the cost then, or what you're asking as far as,
what we're asking for is $411,408. And that actually will replace the $663,629 that the federal government has been paying. And the difference is due to the fact that when we use a federal grant to fund positions, we charge the federal grant for fringe benefits. So when positions are paid for out of the general fund, then the fringe benefits are paid for by budget and finance. Does that answer your question?
yes, yeah, thank you. I have a follow-up. So, with this particular division, is there any coordination with DLNR and also even with HTA and their grants of providing DMAP grants, is there any like coordination in like the type of funding that's given out to the programs with that division? Is there overlap with what DLNR is doing? How are you guys coordinating your efforts?
I'm glad you asked that question, Representative. The Coastal Zone Management Program is a networking partnership program, and that comes down from the federal government's requirements for it. So we work very closely with DLNR with DAR, Division of Aquatic Resources, on the nearshore waters, with OCCL on managing those shoreline areas that have unique coastal resources. So it is a very close relationship. They are part of our Ocean Resource Management Planning Group. We also work with all 4 counties, very closely with their planning departments on their ordinances for shoreline and special management areas.
I think what I'm really asking is like, is there any overlap in the type of like work that you do and the funding that is being provided for all of the projects that you do, or is it like very specific things?
I don't believe there's any overlap.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Chair Iligan.
Thank you, Chair. Director, so good to see you. You have answered pretty much all my questions, so I don't have a question. I do have a statement.
Yeah, we don't accept statements.
If you could give me some leeway here, Chair. I just have 3 things. First of all, I just want to say you have an amazing department. And the reason why it's amazing is because, one, when I reached out to your department, they have been very responsive. And just like yourself and your deputy director, you've been very helpful in the things I've asked for. I wanted to point out that when I went to a startup, I saw Wayne, which HCDC, he was there talking to all the different tech entrepreneurs and all the different stakeholders. And this ecosystem, Thrive Hawaii, was very helpful to learn about the tech industry. And I just want to point out Wayne because he's this local brother, just like really, really out there meeting all the mainland folks that's coming here and learning about, sharing about tech. And he's just doing an amazing job. And Georgia, who I reached out to, I mean, she has been a wealth of knowledge in the creative industry. And you have just an amazing person in that field. And I'm very thankful for her work because she really helped me understand some of the things that I needed to learn. And of course, Dennis, who can forget Dennis, he invited me over to his office and I got to learn everything about DBED at his office and learn what his condition of his office looks like. And so it's really good to hear and learn about all these things. So I'm very excited to work with you. And just so, when you left the House, it was definitely a loss for us, but it's definitely a gain to the executive branch. I know you have another, it looks like a director, Rep. Shimizu on the back. It's part of your team. But can you please stop poaching our representatives here in the House? Thank you for your work.
Let me finish your statement so that it can be a question and I can thank you. You just asked me what my opinion was of your statement, right? Now it's a question.
Yes,
so.
Chair, that was my question. Thank you for bearing with that.
Thank you very much,
Thank you very
Chair
much.
Iligan. Thank you. And we look forward to working with you. We will have you on some of our managers' meetings so that we can share the things that we do with all of you, because we've been, from the time Deputy Director and I started, we've been very transparent with legislators who want to meet with us. As all of the divisions and executive directors know, representatives and senators have come on to talk, to share, to learn, to advise. So we will continue that going forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you
And
very
thank
much.
you for the kind words. I don't know if I
Okay,
deserve it,
thank you.
but thank you.
Okay, thank you,
They
Chair.
deserve it.
Yeah. We could have done that in a written statement, but yeah. Okay, Representative Miyake.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if I should have gone out before my colleague, but good afternoon, Director, Deputy. Quick question. For HTA, when do you anticipate hiring a full-time CEO and CBO, brand officer?
Okay, so there was a committee that was set up to do a search for the CEO, the president and CEO. During the budget request process, I made it clear to the board at HTA and the management that the governor was not aligned with what the request for the salary was. So that concerns of the governor need to go back out to the search committee to redo the salary portion of it. As you may or may not know, the CEO did not participate in the benefit program, specifically the retirement system. But the governor made the change along with the budget and finance director that the position now will include benefits, medical, and participation in the retirement system. So although the salary is lower, the participation with some of the other benefits will make up for that. And that will have to go back out in the request for the search because some people that applied for it, and I don't know because I haven't seen it, but I've been told by the chair that there were over 400 people that applied for the job, and the job said in the posting that the salary was up to $300,000. So that did create a lot of requests to apply, but that's going to have to be resubmitted because the salary did change. And then to answer the second question, you know, the governor also said that, and the budget and finance director also said if the president and CEO is not going to be making over a certain amount, then that would also apply to the branding director, officer as well, or any other position at HDA.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Further questions, members? Yes. Chair Lowen.
Is someone here from HDIA? Is Gwen here?
Yes.
Oh, there you are, hiding in the back. Do you want to just give us an update on the status of funding with HDIA? And I know there's been some appropriations in recent years, but you've also put out a lot of loans. So what's the financial status of HDIA?
Thank you for the question, Rep. Lowen. So I think it started with the appropriation of the solar plus storage funding, because prior to that, our loan capital could only be used for PV. And with the current interconnection programs that we currently have, it doesn't make as much economic sense. You need a battery, also for resilience, but also to make economic sense. With the appropriation of the solar plus storage funding last year, it caused a huge increase in our demand and the application. So literally on November 30th, I put a moratorium on the loan applications. We have over 1,600 applications in progress, and staff of 3 on the residential team. The other team members are all helping out, but we need to get through the backlog, and more importantly, figure out how much funding we'll have left once we get through that applications. Thanks.
So you don't have a sense of how much funding you have left?
I don't know if we have much funding of our existing funding left. We do have, we're awarded $62 million from the federal government under the Solar for All program. So we do have that coming. We've just got our contracts done. The challenge with that, though, is it's very narrow in the eligibility. So you have to be low income, meaning that you have to be able to issue an award letter, or it's certain census tracts in Hawaii. And I think it's because of the value of our land. When you look at the census tracts, there's hardly any that are eligible per EPA and DOE. And so it really narrows the scope of who we can help. One thing that it does do, though, it allows me to, for the first time, to finance community solar. So that's another avenue that we'll be able to help. But again, for Alice households, especially moderate income households, I'm not sure how much funding we have left, if any.
Okay, and just a last question. What is the status of the bond, the original bond payoff?
Yeah, so I'm including that, the balance of that in whatever we have left. We have, it's going to be paid off in 2029. And so you're not asking, but I'm just going to offer it. So, I have been asked, like, Gwen, will you just issue another bond? I'm hesitant to do that because until we pay off the first one, it's going to add to the cost of the ratepayer, and I just don't want to add that additional burden.
So once the bond is paid off, though, subsequent funding would be able to help the program be more self-sustaining?
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Chair Tam.
Thank you. My question is really for HTA. Can you give me a status on the visitors app that you're trying to develop right now?
Aloha committee members, Daniel Nahopi, interim CEO and president of HTA. So want to thank the legislature for last year funding us for the destination management app. And we just recently completed the first phase, which was the investigative process, contacting many of you to identify what are the issues, problems, and then also the incentives that are needed in order to create this coordinated process that links many of the reservation systems, but also creates a way that people would actually participate and actually continue to use the app. So that was, the report just came out at the end of the year. Next phase is to form the RFI, which is to look for interested parties, understand their technology capabilities, et cetera, that are available here, and then put out the with that committee, work on an RFP and issue that before the end of the year and start the development process at the end of the, fiscal year.
Chair, I have a number of questions for you.
Please.
You can just
Go ahead.
ask them while okay.
Go ahead.
So I do have a number of questions. I see in the budget that there is $555,000 allocated for marketing in China. Do you know where you got that number from? And are there any concerns about, China's sentiment towards the United States, their failing economy, censorship, the inability for their citizens to even get permission to leave the country? Like, how do we know that this is going to be a successful marketing move for us if, there's all these factors against us?
So the 550,000 request is to establish a GSA, which is a general sales agent. It's not a full office like we would have, say, in Europe, Japan, Korea. So they are currently servicing support from requests from actual demand from travel agents, airlines, and maybe corporate businesses that are looking to come here and create that the visitor arrivals package. So we are working with people who are actually requesting our services and then also going out in sales and recruiting more and working with our Brand USA, which is the national representation for the United States in China. So the China potential, though there may be some political issues, it is quite a profitable market. It has been in the past. Chinese visitors were our highest spending visitors pre-pandemic levels. So we continue to support the network until that time where we'll have nonstop service.
And I also saw in the budget that you're actively looking for a consultant for ways to find nonstop services. Are they looking at a new China route? Because I know that China routes have actually been cut down from the U.S. as a whole overall since the pandemic.
Let me answer the first part. So as was recognized on Monday from The Economist, one of the issues that we're having is not having enough air service from international destinations in order for us to rebuild our international markets. So in the budget is a request for an airline consultant to work with us and work with the other airlines to make negotiations appear at the various trade shows in order to sell Hawaii, but also identify what the airlines need in order to make a good case for them to come here. Now, in terms of the China itself, yes, there's both a political issue because there have been limitations and struggles between domestic carriers and Chinese airlines. But as some of the legislators who came with us to China, we had good talks with some of the Chinese airlines, and they told us the demand is there and they want to come to Hawaii. And currently we have what we call a one-stop agreement. So they fly from, say, Shanghai or Beijing to Narita or to Seoul and then come to Hawaii through either an agreement with another airline, like say one of the, say, Hawaiian or JAL, et cetera, or through their own networks themselves. So we know the demand is there. It's just a matter of both making sure there's an incentive to be here, and then also that consultant can help us work at the federal level, which director has been working to, as well the DOT director has been going to work to try to resolve that and make it a priority that our small destinations like ourselves are affected by these large political issues.
So in the past, we've had direct flights, both with Hawaiian and Air China, and that was pre-pandemic. But the flights, they ended prior to the pandemic hitting. So what changed? Like, what happened now that there's more demand to come here from China?
Well, there were a couple of issues. One, in terms of overall competitiveness, started to increase among other destinations. Though we've been, the reason why Chinese visitors traditionally have been coming here is we're part of a circuit of iconic destinations. They go to New York, LA, come to Chicago, and then come here last. We have to continue. It's more of a relationship and networking issue, working closely with the Chinese companies, as well as now there's a whole shift with the OTAs, like Trip.com, C-Trip, et cetera. Yeah. So in order to bring that back, we have to have that kind of GSA to work in those networks, work with those people to understand that Hawaii has that potential.
Thank you. Now that we're on the topic of this, can I ask what kind of measurements you use to determine how marketing dollars are spent and allocated or decided in your budget requests?
Sure. So on our destination advertising, we use a return on advertising spending, which is done by an independent survey called SMARI is the company. They look at people who have seen our ad and those who haven't, and then see who actually comes. They also identify what has been working in the ads to drive the people that are here. The return on that we have shown to be $34 for every dollar spent in tax revenue. So $34 in incremental tax revenue. So that addition to whenever the ads are run, that increases the amount of $34. And that's just in our Japan and US markets, including some of the Maui recovery campaigns that we have been doing.
Okay. In your budget, you're asking for an increase in the amount of marketing towards Japan. Given the value of the yen being very low right now in their economy, how do you justify that increase in marketing spending?
Okay, there's two parts. One, for 2025 and 26 and into 27, the economists did mention that they actually see the Japan economy improving. They showed positive numbers in their GDP increases and expectations. Also, we had a good talk with Dr. Tian the other day, and he mentioned that he thinks predicts that the exchange rate will come down to almost 137 to the dollar, which is actually past that threshold that we've always been looking for, below 140. We know at that point the general Japanese traveler will understand that that's a good value to come here. We currently do, however, are being successful in the Japan market in very specific niche areas. Educational travel and tours has been very strong. Group travel, supporting many of the business and convention systems. Like we had Daito, which is a large construction company. We had the Pokemon convention, right? That's all of these. So these those areas are still being very rewarding for us and to support the system, though it's the more general travelers that we still are lagging behind. And I think they're mainly affected by our high inflation rate and the weaker yen. But more importantly is we have to be ahead of the issue, right? So if the yen rate is going to be good for us at the end of the year, we need to be starting now to be networking and continue to establish, many of our travel agencies so that they understand. One of the issues that has happened since post-pandemic is many of the travel agencies were shut or didn't sell anything. So, we met many of the travel agents themselves are all new. They know nothing about Hawaiian sales. So we don't just do advertising. We do a lot of travel agent training in our markets. Our HTJ is there every day, conducting seminars, working with the travel agents so they can sell the proper hotels and boost up, added value and such. So that's why we need the funding now in order to get to that point.
Thank you, Chair Tam. I will also add that the governor has been to Japan 3 times since his term started. I was on 2 of the trips, and specifically as interim president just mentioned, niche markets, which is really not a niche market, which is incentive travel. So on one of the trips, it was all corporate customers that we met with, and some of them is Japan Airlines, Haneda Airlines, the owner of the World Series baseball team. So because of what was happening on Maui, and they knew that the numbers were declining visitor-wise in Hawaii, they turned all of their incentives for their programs to the employees to Hawaii. So we picked up at least 10,000 people from some of the companies there, Japan Airlines, Haneda Airlines, to come to Hawaii because Daito, to come to Hawaii because they felt that that was the best way that they could help the economy. So we know that the everyday person on the street in Japan is going to be hard pressed to afford a trip to Hawaii. But some of the corporations, because of the tax incentives, they can do that, and they are doing that. And so that's why the governor is going to be in Japan again next year, I think in March, because we know, as Daniel said, that they have always consistently been one of the higher spenders, as well as the Chinese market. But not only that, I mean, when you look at Japan as a country as a whole, you may not believe that Japan has over 2 million hula dancers registered in Japan. That's more than all of the people in the state of Hawaii. And so ukulele, Japan is a very closely connected country to Hawaii. So we want to make sure that we continue those relationships as well. And it's not only about the specific marketing, and that's certainly the governor's push with everything that's happening now. We don't want to forget our friends from Japan, as we know it's hard, but we want to make sure that when the market bounces back, that they know that we were there for them as well.
I might have more questions, but I'll let you guys.
Thank you very much, Chair Alcos. Representative Alcos.
Director, Hawaii, we pay a lot of taxes. If we wanted to decrease tax, what company or business would you push or give us an idea would you try to bring in to lower our taxes?
Okay, well, I'm not sure which.
To bring in more money, more income so
I would
that
just
we can take
say
advantage
thank you
of.
last year for what you guys did. If you want to talk about lowering your taxes, I would have to give that question more thought than just right here, right now, because. But I will also, in a serious note, it was the biggest tax relief that, and Chair Yamashita knows, that the state has ever given, and everybody's going to say thank you, legislature and Governor Green, when they have to fill out their tax returns this year. So that was a big push of the governor, and he will continue to do that, and we'll continue to look at ways of how to decrease taxes. But I can't think of a company that.
You know, like
your question-
Vegas get the gambling, Florida got Disney World. How do we take advantage of Hawaii in,
That would be a tough question, because if we give somebody from the outside a benefit, the people on the inside are gonna be like, huh? What? So we have to give it more thought. I think I understand what you're trying to say, or what the question that you're trying to ask, but it's gonna take more thought than, a 2-minute response right here, and I don't wanna do that.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? You want to, okay. Chair Lowen.
Sorry, for the energy office. Thanks. Several years ago, we passed a bill about energy efficiency in state buildings with the idea that we would, put some investment in energy efficiency measures, the low-hanging fruit of which is like improving the air conditioning and changing the light bulbs. So it's pretty basic. And that will save the state quite a lot of money in the long term on their electric bills. But even though there was a deadline, I think that came and went for every agency to have undertaken this work or entered into a performance contract for the work to be done. I don't think that has happened for most agencies. So do you have an update on where that stands and what efforts are being made to move forward with taking care of our energy efficiency within our own facilities in the state?
Yes, Stephen Walls, Hawaii State Energy Office. Thank you for your question, Chair Lowen. So we have some detailed figures that I could work with staff to deliver, but overall, bigger picture, we have secured some federal funding to help do some energy audit work for state buildings, as well as to get some consulting help on how to finance energy retrofits for smaller agencies. So what we found is that large agencies can make the energy savings performance contract model work fairly well. There's some hiccups, but it works. Whereas smaller agencies have struggled to even do that. So we've been working with DAGS to renew the energy services company's vendor list. I think that's done or will be done soon. And in parallel, we've got this analysis work that should be starting within, thank you, next couple months to help identify some high priorities. So we're continuing to work in this space, and we're partnering with DAGS. We know Department of Education and UH are also potentially quite big savings potential there. So we want to really dive into some of those buildings and figure out what we can do.
When you say larger agencies, you mean agencies that have more physical structures?
Right.
Okay. Yeah, it would be good to talk about how we can get moving on that, because we're losing money every day where we could be saving money and also not following the law. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, members? Okay, Chair Tam.
Back to HTA. Sorry, I'm gonna give you a little bit of a break, down breather. In your budget request, you're asking for $1.1 million for the Los Angeles Rams and partnerships with them. Can I ask what the nexus is that with tourism?
Sure. As well, we mentioned earlier about talking about sports tourism. So it's actually currently, it's one of our federal initiatives is to increase what they call sports tourism or sports diplomacy as one issue. So there's a lot of support that's moving around that creating large events like that triggers more interest in a destination. It also heightens the awareness. Like, for example, we are going through this process of contracting with the Rams, though it's not complete at this point. And it's not because of the team itself, but because they're in our major market, our largest source destination or city itself. So that relationship with the games that they play, we can do the advertising, the awareness of all the people that are fans of that team, that we can capitalize on that market that they have and the viewership that they have to then promote Hawaii. And so that's one reason why we do the sports tourism itself. Sports also brings additional opportunities, as was mentioned by Director, when they actually come here. So that's one of the reasons why we actually have it as part of our destination stewardship, because whenever we work on an agreement or contract, we ensure that the teams that come here actually provide benefit to our residents and our communities through training camps, not just for the students, but even for, say, the trainers themselves. You know, the sports trainers, they can meet with the team sport trainers, with the high school sports trainers, et cetera, as well as the opportunity that you won't be able to see a professional sport like that here in Hawaii.
So Los Angeles is like what you're saying is like where we get a lot of our visitors.
Correct.
So recently we had these fires happen. How is HTA going to prepare to ensure that we keep up those levels of visitors coming from Los Angeles with this disaster happening?
So currently, it's a little early to see what the impacts are. We are monitoring them daily. We are working with both airlines and hotels to identify first, are there any immediate impacts to cancellations, bookings, et cetera, and getting that out to our industry partners so that they can be aware of any concerns. Right now, we haven't seen, there's some here and there, but mostly noise coming through. And then we're also working with them to identify, in future bookings, where do those people live? So we can understand if there's actually going to be an impact going forward. We may, at some point, also work with identifying some relationships of working with LA Mayor, as well as, Discover LA, which is their marketing, to see how we can cooperate, share our experiences, and how we were able to work on our recovery programs for Maui itself, and then help those citizens as well.
Thank you.
Chair, can I just add? The governor just texted me. He just got back from DC, and he has been in contact with Governor Newsom. And so he asked me to participate in a spin-off of what Daniel was talking about. But during the wildfires, as some of you know, because you saw the convention center, the governor's asking me and the people that were connected with that, which was Daniel Kalani Ilihia at HTA and many others, Dean in the back of the room. But more so, every day we had a meeting with the hotel operators, and it was Jerry Gibson, Jeff Wagner, and Lisa Paulson from the Maui, Hawaii Tourism and Lodging Association. So the governor's asking me in this text right now to help coordinate what we, or help Los Angeles coordinate what we did on Maui in Los Angeles. And so hopefully we can connect the industries with their partners on the West Coast, because, we know exactly what happened, and that's part of hopefully the goodwill that follows through. And it's not going to cost us very much. A lot of that was private industry support. So I just wanted to follow up with that because he just texted me.
Thank you.
Okay, members, further questions? Okay, thank you very much for coming before us. The only other comment, and we will be going through your ads and considering what to do going forward. In the end, I think we still would like, per BNF budget instructions, to look at vacancies, to look at repurposing money. We still are encouraging the departments to kind of look at that. I feel we are still in a uncertain time as far as going forward, but at the same time, I don't think it's going to be bad, right? I think we're fine because there is such a large amount of vacancies that the state government has now. Everybody, all the departments are actively trying to be creative on how to hire, and I think that's commendable. But at the same time, right, per your earlier comments, right, it's people are leaving the state, and so the workforce availability is also the problem at the same time, right? So we gotta kind of figure out how we're gonna get through these next few years and try to slow and bring people home, and all the things that you're working towards, which I do commend you. And it was a very good presentation, and I really appreciated the presentation from the standpoint that you did enroll some of the things that we talked about. So I really, really appreciate that. This was a committee. This was the first committee that I chaired when the director was a freshman and he didn't know what was going on. So, yeah. but it was. But it is a very, very important committee, and I've said this many, many times. Right, there are most of our departments by nature are regulatory. This is the only one that's offensive. This is the only one that can play offense and actually create stuff. So I appreciate your work. So with that, we'll just conclude, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you. Okay? Thank you. We are adjourned.